Welcome to this section of Editor's League. In this section, we're gonna go over the main setup that you need in order to start editing your first project on Premiere Pro and After Effects. So first thing, we're gonna start with literally opening up Premiere Pro and color grading it, and then we're gonna go over how to trim in the most efficient way with L cuts and J cuts, and then we're gonna go over finding the space where you want to add graphics or animations on top of your video and setting up the theme for your video and how you can find inspiration. And then once we've highlighted our ideas and everything, how we can use the Adobe dynamic linking in order to edit simultaneously on Premiere Pro and After Effects. And this section is one of the most crucial sections if you want to really get into mastering your editing. So with that being said, let's dive in right into the next video. See you then. Welcome to color grading in Premiere Pro, and in this video we're going to cover how to color grade in the most efficient way and the easiest way. Now just to keep in mind, color grading is done better on DaVinci Resolve. However, I'm gonna be covering it in Premiere Pro because we wanna get into DaVinci Resolve and everything later on, not as of now, because right now we wanna keep a clear vision on the apps that we wanna use, and I think getting into DaVinci Resolve at this time is a wrong move. However, if you still wanna color grade your videos in DaVinci Resolve, then do so, but in the upcoming modules, DaVinci Resolve color grading will be covered. So with that being said, let's dive in right into Premiere Pro. Now over here I have Premiere Pro open. I already had the project on. In order to create a project, if you don't know how, then go to File and then go to New and Control Alt N, whatever, over here Project, and save it somewhere. So I just want to show you guys a quick difference with color grading and without color grading. Look at this. Ready? 3. This is how it is with color grading, without color grading, and this is how it is with color grading. So you guys can see the huge difference in the colors. Over here, this color or this type of video is called log footage. So you need to understand what is log footage. Let me open up Google real quick, and I just wrote log footage. You can see over here the video, the photo is a bit poor quality for some reason, but yeah, see, this is how it looks with log footage and this is how it looks without log footage. Now every type of camera has its own log footage, but all of them act in a very similar way, so no need to overstress that. So log footage is a format that is best for color grading, especially if you are really good at color grading. So this video actually was color graded on Lumetri Color and then it was rendered again. So anyways, let's go over this empty area and color graded right with you guys. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make a cut real quick, and the first thing you wanna do is go to Effects panel, and in the Effects panel you wanna search up Lumetri Color. And you'll find Lumetri Color over here. You can just drag this onto your video. And now over here, immediately you'll see these sections pop up. Now don't overstress yourself with what's happening over here. It's very simple, especially because this is Premiere Pro. Now Lumetri Color honestly is usually for color correction, not color grading. But we can tweak our way through it and get the best results. Now, first thing we have is if I click on the arrow down over here, we see these couple of things. You can immediately see there is an option that says input LUT. LUT is basically the color correction or the color grading preset. So if I go over here and I press on any one of them, you can see it already did something, but it's a preset that is very random and pretty much has no better effect. So we want to do this manually. First things first, you guys will see white balance. So white balance is actually like a drop, and if I drop over here, for example, it's gonna create its own white balance, but this is a bit of a complicated thing. Don't worry about this too much. What we wanna worry about is the tools that are after white balance. So we have temperature. So the more the temperature, the more the orange it is, let me show you, or the more the red, and the lower the temperature, the more the blue it is. So we don't want to touch temperature, especially if it's not a videography. If it's talking head, temperature is something that you basically never touch unless the video is recorded in a very shit format. Then we have tint, which is also color. Tint means color, just remember that. Then we have saturation. I hope you guys know what that is. The more the saturation, the more the yellow. And the lesser the saturation, the more the black and white. And 100 is the default value. So if I go more, you can see it's way too orangish now. If I go all the way down, it's black and white. It has no color. So we're gonna keep this as default. at unknown. Then we have exposure. Exposure is the brightness of the video. So the brightness of the video, the more I do this, the more it becomes white, and now it's over brighted, and the lesser, basically it just disappears. So we want to have this as 0 for now, because we don't know how the footage looks. And here is the magic to fixing your log footage: contrast, highlights, and shadows. So honestly, there is no specific settings, but usually in these situations the contrast always goes up. The more the contrast, the lesser the whitewash. Let me show you guys what a whitewash means. It's like this windshield over here. So if I go higher contrast, you can see it's already starting to disappear. It's called whitewash. And if I decrease it, the more it increases. See the difference? This is minimum contrast, maximum contrast. So you can see a huge difference. However, my face did get a bit worse. So we're gonna tweak the highlights and shadows now. The highlights, I think I'm not gonna have to touch it a lot, but I'm just gonna decrease this a bit because my face is over brightened. So I'm gonna decrease this by 25. And now we wanna decrease the shadow. So look what happens if I decrease the shadow. Boom, so much better, guys. I'm literally shining on the screen right now. And if I turn off the effect, look at the difference. Off, on. Amazing improvement already. And we can tweak these by just adjusting the values a bit more. Let me adjust this a bit more. If I can decrease this more, maybe increase the highlighter more. You can see my face needs to brighten more. And then the contrast, I'm not gonna touch that, to be honest. We have exposure. I'm just gonna keep the exposure up by 0.1, which makes no difference almost. But yeah, we have also whites. So the more the whites, the more there is white. And then we have black. The more the black there is, or the lesser the blacks, the lesser the black. So I'm gonna decrease the blacks as well by a bit. And let's look at the difference between the DaVinci versus the Premiere Pro. So this is how my DaVinci looks. This is how my Premiere Pro looks. So it's very similar. However, in DaVinci, I optimized for the background to fade or to shade less red. You can see over here there is more red in the background, and over here there is more white in the background. So we can improve that with some other tools that we have over here, which is curves, and then with color wheels and match as well. You can see over here I can tweak the shadow even more, so I'm gonna really touch that. We don't need to. Anyways, the main thing we need is curves. Now, honestly guys, I really don't want to get too much into curves because you're gonna get overwhelmed. We want to keep everything basic as of now. But let me just go over the very basics of curves. Say if I go to this white curve over here, if I place 2 dots. Now, the upper dot, the more I'll take it higher, the more it will become white. Let's have a look. You can see the more it's becoming white, the more the white object is standing out. And here it does the complete opposite if I decrease it. If I increase it, I meant, sorry. So the more the black object is standing out, just look at it in this way. You can see over here, if I take this all the way down, my face will literally go black. And initially what we want to touch on is this red curve in order to fix the background. Now you guys might not see it, but this will make a huge difference. Trust me, this is why we need to use curves. So I'm gonna just place a dot and a dot over here. I'd suggest you just mess with curves yourself in order to understand it at its full capability, because the practical part is very important. You can see the middle point will not help a lot, which we don't want to touch. So we want to touch the lower point. So now see what happens. If I decrease the lower point, can you see the background in the back is already getting rid of the red. So we don't want to get rid of too much red, but we want to get rid of the red until the background over here it's decreased. So this is how it is default. This is how it is if I increase it, and this is how it is if I keep decreasing it. And now we have a good representation of what we want. Now over here I'm standing out a bit too much. We can definitely improve this by optimizing some more settings, maybe decreasing contrast by a bit. But yeah, we've done a pretty good job when it comes to color grading. I hope you guys understood from my point what color grading is. We don't want to get too much into the other stuff, but let me just go over creative. In creative we have these couple of tools. If I go over faded film, it will make it more towards the LUT. So you can see the whitewash is coming back. This white thing on top, it's called whitewash. Now we have sharpen. You can see what happens is my footage is sharpening. We don't want to mess too much with sharpen unless the video is not sharpened well. And then we have vibrance. The colors will stand out more if I increase vibrance. So that is actually kind of an important tool. I usually have it at very, low increase, usually 0, but in this case I'll increase it by a bit to like 20. Yeah. And saturation, you guys already know what it does. And then we have tint balance over here, which is if you add colors from here, you can do a tint balance to see how much you want to increase it. So if I do 0 minus 150, there will be no addition to what's done over here in the shadow. But if I increase it, you can see more of that is popping out. Let's say I want a bit of blue on my footage for some reason. I'm just gonna take it towards the blue side, and I'm gonna put a bit of tint balance. So now you can see the touch of blue, which honestly I don't like. I'd rather have it like that. Or you can add a bit of a touch of red, which is what we just got rid of, so we don't want that either. So yeah, that's creative. And then we have a vignette. Vignette is basically a surrounded darkness around the video. So if I increase the vignette, you can see what happens over here. The surroundness is in white, but if I go opposite, the surroundness is in black. So this is if it's 0, and this is if it's 5, if it's maximum. So I'm not sure if you guys can tell, but there is a major difference happening actually. And then you can even adjust the midpoint of where you want your vignette to be. So the more I decrease the midpoint, the more the radius of it decreases. So you can see, now if I make my vignette 0, this is how it looks. If I make my vignette minus 5, the darkness increases. Now I do use this actually, but in certain situations, not in a normal video. And then over here, because if you guys can realize that it's more like a oval type shape rather than circle, so we can make it more round if I increase the roundness. If I decrease it, it's more like a square. So this looks decent, but it's still bad. It's not something you should add. So let me take that back to 0. Boom. We also have feather on it, which is nothing to worry about. But yeah, that's pretty much it for Lumetri Color in Premiere Pro. So let me import the famous Iman Gadzhi footage that I used last time. So here is the Iman Gadzhi footage. Now let me add Lumetri Color on top of it. I did cover this, by the way, when I was doing this, but I just wanted to go a bit more deep on color correction, which I see as an important point. First things first, you can see over here the darkness is very low, so I can increase the exposure. Major difference already, without, with. And then the contrast is decent, the highlights is decent. I will increase the highlights, and I will even increase the shadows. But look, this type of footage does not need much of tweaking, really not that much. I'd say we touch more on curves, especially when it comes to white curves. Just very less tweaking, like it won't even make that much of a difference. Just to make this stand out, decrease this by a bit. Actually, that made it worse. Never mind. And now you guys would be able to see the vignette more, because in the last videos it was already very dark, so you couldn't see the vignette. Over here you can see what the vignette does. We really don't want to add vignette. But yeah, in this situation, all we needed was literally exposure and a bit of highlights and shadows. Maybe I can mess a bit with contrast to make him stand out a bit more. Increase whites and decrease blacks maybe. So you can see before, after. Major difference. And yeah, that's pretty much covered for color grading / color correction in Premiere Pro. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out. Welcome to advanced trimming in Premiere Pro. This video is very crucial and I've waited the whole day to get to this video. Why? Because I want to go over some examples where Iman Gadzhi has done this himself. Why am I referring to Iman Gadzhi, by the way, over and over again? Because Iman Gadzhi has top editors. Believe me, I know them personally. These guys, they're like Netflix level. That's why they're someone you can look up to when you look at editing, because they're not casual editors. They're crazy. Anyways, I'm gonna show you guys situations where these trimming is done, and it's actually not that complex. It's very simple. It's usually referred to as J-cut. Here's a quick example. This is an example of me showing the J-cut. Now you can see what happened is that while my face was already there, my voice started speaking as an overlap, and then it immediately cut to what I was saying. Rather than having that as a boring cut and this as a boring cut, we overlapped it. So yeah, that was a quick example of J-cut. I will also go through some examples from Iman Gadzi's page himself. Let's open up YouTube. Okay, so here's a quick example I found, because this was one of the best examples I can show you, and it was used very seamlessly. So let me play the audio, and I'm gonna play this at a low speed just so you guys can identify what's happening. So 0.25. Let me increase desktop audio from OBS, and let's have a look at what's happening. And look at what happens here. Before it even switches to the second camera angle, or after the trim, he already starts speaking. So you can see the overlap. Let's listen to it. It's very short, but it has a seamless effect, because small details is what makes the whole video. Let's look at this. You can see the audio comes out before even the cam changes angles, which is very good. So yeah, that was it with the example. Let's get right into showing you what the use case is and why is it referred to as J and L cut. Why J and L cut? Why something so specific? So anyways, let me remove Iman Gadzi so we can get right into it. First thing, let me see at where I started the video. I started somewhere over here. What I'm about to share with you is how I made 6 figures this year just video editing. Okay, you can see over here, this is where I started. So I'm just gonna press X, or sorry, just press Q directly. Delete this as well. And let me do a J cut real quick. Over here, this is not a suitable situation because for some reason I went down. I nodded my head down to think. But this is a not useful situation because we want to avoid this. Now in this situation, if we want to avoid this, we actually have to do the L cut, meaning I'll make the other video pop up earlier. So let me make a trim over here, X, and I'm telling you this just to make up for my point that anyone can make their first $1K dollar. Okay, over here, press Q, look over here, see what happens is that it will be visible that I look down. Video editing. Can you see? It looked kind of shit. So in this situation, we want to do an L cut. How do we do an L cut? Very simple. Once you have the trim, you literally have to unlink the edit and you go to a tool called rolling tool by clicking N on your keyboard, or you go over here, hold this and go to N and literally drag this by around 5 frames. So how do we go frames? I'm gonna do arrow left 5 times. 1, 2, 3. I think 3 frames is better. So look at what's happening over here. Editing. And I'm telling you, so before even my voice ends, the other video starts. And you can see it's still audible. If I make this harsher, see how it is. And I'm telling you, now that sounded bad, but J cut is actually what's the most famous rather than L cut. L cut, I use it in casual situations, in situations like these, specifically like these. Editing. And I'm telling you, so now when I look down, it's hidden. And let's get to like a J cut. J cut is usually used when there is a pause. So if I'm talking, I'm like, hey, what is up guys? How are you today? So you saw there was a pause and then on my face, basically, there was a pause on my face. 3 months, USD months. So you can see over here, I literally pause. Yep, this is the perfect situation. So let me play it again, see what's happening. And scale up to 10 to 20K USD months. Boom, let me do a cut, come over here, Q. It doesn't matter if... Yep, we're gonna make this a bit harsher. We cut over here, delete both of these. And I'm gonna get on my rolling tool again by pressing N and drag this by 3 frames. Let's see what happens. USD months. It doesn't matter if you don't have experience or... Can you guys see? I start speaking before the video even ends. I think we can make this one a bit harsher. It doesn't matter if... USD months. It doesn't matter if you don't have nice. That looks pretty solid. Experience, or if you're a beginner, or it doesn't. Now in this situation, I actually made a mistake. Why? Because that was not my actual take. So this is my actual take. It doesn't matter. So this is something you guys have to be aware of, which is the actual take, and then work hard on that take. So this is the actual take. Let me just press Q, boom, drag this. Let me fix that up again.
3 months. It doesn't matter if you're...
You can see over here, it looked way better because my audio started and then my face came rather than a direct cut. It looked too good. Look.
3 months. It doesn't matter if you're a beginner or you don't have experience.
That looked really smooth, guys. I'm really glad with how that one turned out. And that is pretty much J and L cut. I mean, nothing too deep behind it. Very simple J and L cut. This looks like a J because it's like this, J shaped. You can see my cursor. And this is an L because it's L shaped. Boom. So this is overlapped a bit earlier. Let me just label those so you can see. This is coming a bit earlier and this is coming later. So my audio starts speaking, but my video comes 5 frames delayed.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a KUSD month. It doesn't matter if you're a beginner or you don't have experience.
And I hope you guys watched my first Premiere Pro tutorial because over there I showed you guys how I trim very quick. You can see all I did was press X and Q.
Or even if you have experience or
press X, boom, Q.
Whatever it is. Whatever.
That was a wrong take.
Whatever application, whatever it is.
Yep, this is the fastest. You can see how fast I'm
community.
trimming. I usually pause just to get them very right. Some people, they do it on the go. I mean, I can do that, but I would rather not.
For everyone.
You can see, I didn't even have to pause, but I almost got that wrong.
Whether you want to learn edit.
You can see I got that wrong.
Whether you want for everyone. Whether you want to learn edit. Everyone. Whether you want to learn for everyone. Whether you want.
You can see over here what I did is I did the J cut with the audio. That means my previous audio started to speak before my even current audio finished, which is not a really right move unless it's contextually fit. So I'm just gonna click A to move everything to the right and I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna show you guys how it sounds. Let me increase the audio.
Everyone. Whether you want to learn everyone. Whether you for everyone. Whether you want whether you want.
That was a bit fast paced. I wouldn't suggest to do that a lot, but that is a type of J cut. It's like audio overlapping, which is used, but I'd say mostly with music rather than an overlay or of a voice.
Whether you want to learn editing from scratch or want to scratch.
Let me take this back up.
Scratch or want to master editing like all those influencers that you see, or want to master editing like all those, or want to master scratch or want to master editing like all those influencers that you see.
But yeah, that was pretty much it for J and L cut. In case you haven't watched the Premiere Pro extended video, make sure you go watch that to see how the trimming shortcuts are set up, because that is very important. But anyways, it was a great video. I'll see you guys in the next video where we cover the placements of where we want our animations and how we can set up the theme for it. So with that being said, see you guys in the next video. Peace out. In this video, we're going to cover the complete blueprint in order to get to your animation phase. Now, what is the animation phase? When we talk about talking head, there is animation phase, how much time you spend on animating, and that is one of the most first things you want to get into right after you trim. But the animation phase has a few requirements. First things first, what parts of the video should I animate? Second thing, what are the ideas for those animations? And the third thing, what is my theme and what type of animations am I even going for? As you guys can see on my screen, I'm going for a digital type VSL, something actually very similar to Iman Gadzi style, not the very new ones, but the style where it's less AI, more graphical displays, and a bit more infographic. So the first things first, what I'll do is I have this editing vault that I'm going to link below, very useful, by someone called Luis Alcantara. I hope I pronounce his name properly. Props to him for making this. So over here in this vault, there is a lot of inspirations in order to pick the style that you want to go for. Now initially, I'm looking at this, I usually hate the cartoonish styles, which is something I don't want to go for. I want to go for something minimalistic, less vectors, more graphical displays, something like this one. So I'm gonna mouse click on this I'm just gonna keep scrolling. You can see we can load more, but this is something that's very good just to overfill your mind with ideas, because your mind needs ideas in order to get to the next level. So I'm gonna even double click on this. You can see it's a bit laggy because of how many files there are. That's very fine, not a big problem. That is something I can use because I refer to dates a lot. So it depends, you know, when you watch the video after you've trimmed it, you know what you can base off of. You can see shit ton of ideas, literally thousands of videos over here. But yeah, pretty much this is a good starting point. Now I know that these are the kind of graphical displays I'm gonna go with. Over here, the kind of text and the graphics that I want to go for, as well as over here, the way he displayed the years, very crucial, very good. Over here we have this agency flow animation, maybe I can say editors league with it, amazing. We have this smooth, very smooth aesthetic type of text. Big props to Tom from Iwan's team.
Because you won. What I mean by that is just because you...
Anyways, these are some things that I can base off of. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna load up Figma board. Okay, it's called FigJam. So we create FigJam. I was thinking of Miro board, but FigJam is way better for creative ideas. And then let me just log in here, and here we are. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw everything we need right over here. So one way you can do is you can literally download these files, which is what I will do. Now I've downloaded all the files. I have no idea what this is. Let me just delete this. Boom, literally drag all of this. So I have, this is gonna create a text layer, video, inspiration, Iman, or animation inspiration. Now what I want to do is I want to also open up a very interesting site, which is Pinterest. I hope you guys know Pinterest. Over here, guys, you can find a lot of examples. So along with that, you need ChatGPT just to know what you can search for. So we're using FigJam, Pinterest, and ChatGPT. Now in ChatGPT, what I'll do is I'll link these videos, especially these three, and I'll actually link some more stuff in the FigJam as well. So let me just open up Iman's page. I'm just gonna click on some of the videos that I think stood out. And now I have a couple Iman Gadzhi videos. Now I wanna tell you guys that I'm not trying to rip off Iman Gadzhi editing style over here. I wanna look at Iman Gadzhi's editing style in order to create my own. Now I have my own editing style, but the point over here is I want to show you guys the blueprint to creating your styles. We don't want to get our complete creative mind and really think from scratch. We need to reinvent the wheel using the elements that we have. So I'll show you, just keep the patience, I'll show you guys what we are going for.
So,
see, this video is red vibes, which is why I love this video as well.
These are the 5 lessons that when implemented will not only...
I'm just gonna take like a screenshot to display the elements. I will paste that over here as well. Just images, whatever we need. Boom, paste. So what you're seeing is I'm creating a graphical library for myself. Very important. This is something I really want to do, especially these type of animations for my editor's league, for example. By the way, I'm being very transparent with you guys. You won't see anyone else editing their VSL and literally showing you the process and not being embarrassed about it. I'm even gonna link the videos, have them in a sequence like this, in a section, you know. These graphical displays, very good. Let me come up over here. Now I'll show you guys why I'm going even to ChatGPT. I think that's enough. In this edit, I really don't want to implement this editing style. Over here, this is something that's suitable. Boom. Just gonna link this edit as well. And important. You want to throw everything you have, guys. You want to get the ideas to the maximum level. You need to overload yourself with the ideas that you have. This edit, it's pretty basic, but I love how the graphical displays are in this edit, which is something that's very important. Anyways, let me remove this. We don't need that. And yeah, I think pretty much anything from now we don't really need. Maybe this is something we can go with, this kind of element. I like that. You can see I'm basing off myself with a lot of graphical displays. I'm already getting overloaded with ideas. We have 17 practical laws of success. I think this video is pretty ass. Now let me remove that. Let me remove this as well. One video I love a lot from Iman Gadzhi, and it's done by a guy named Tom. Big props to him again. Very responsible member of Iman Gadzhi's team. Is the cheat code to productivity. I fucking love the way the graphical elements are over here, how things are really clean. You can see amazing. I love it. So I'm gonna just paste this link as another inspiration. But yeah, this is pretty much our vault. Now this vault is not enough, guys, trust me, you need more. The more the better. Now what I'll do is I'll go back to ChatGPT and I'll come over here and I will also copy and paste these images. I'm not able to copy and paste for some reason. So I'm gonna select all of this, select this, select this, select this, select this, and I'm just gonna export selection by going over here, boom, export. Let's export all of this, and all of these are over like this. And I'm gonna you have all these graphical displays. You can see what kind of graphics and animations I'm kind of going for. Let's set some stick rules in order to stay in this graphical manner the whole time. And most importantly, I need your help on Pinterest so that I can take inspiration. Give me some searches I can do on Pinterest that will give best result. Okay, so we have these. He's gonna create a list of rules that we need to stick to in order to stick to this style the whole time. You can see it's analyzing deep red, blacks, high contrast, backlights and spotlights to create depth, animation, subtle movements, blend of slow motion effects. That's kind of boring what they said, but this is the most important. Give me 15 searches and don't make them in between so that I can directly copy paste. Don't worry what I wrote here, but you'll see. Basically I told them to remove this. Okay, now let me search up Pinterest. Over here we have Pinterest and over here we have ChatGPT. So copy, paste, dark cinematic design. You can see already we're getting somewhere close, but these are not graphics. Minimalist animation style. Nah, boring results, very boring. You can see we're getting close to what we want. I want something more towards my side. This is a very, very unique thing. People don't do this. It helps out a lot, especially before you start a project. You're like, damn, I can base off of something right now. I already have things to base off of, which is very important to me. Very useful as well. Cinematic black and red animations. Let's see, I mean, what will it give us? I mean, that looks something interesting. You can see we have some kind of animations right now. Look, we're basing off of things right now already. This is crazy, guys. This is amazing. You can see how creative this is and how we can base off of these things. This is amazing for the vibe we're going for. I'm just gonna screenshot, boom, put it in FigJam. Maybe this clock, not sure what this is. Nah, mid. That looked like, that's crazy, that's amazing, I love it. Gives such the vibe, especially the way it's blending in with the red. It's amazing. You can see this is how they find ideas. It's not that complex, guys. And this was only based on the second search that we're going for. Imagine if I search for more and more things. I keep searching, if I keep diving, what will I find? Now I kind of changed, because of this video I kind of changed what I'm going for. So I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna keep going back. Over here, I love how this is. That's a bit too dark, it's a bit too serious. You want to keep it chill, to be honest. I don't want to waste a lot of your guys' time, but let's just search for a bit more. You can see we have these Danko type of animations already. I even found Iman Gadzi. Now you're gonna keep finding all Iman Gadzi type videos. This is why Pinterest is fucking OP, guys. Look at this. Now I'm finding all the short form type videos, all these aesthetic type short form videos. So it's very important on what your ideas are. But anyways, let's move on to the next step, because I feel like we took a bit long over here. Let me just open up my project again. Here it is. And you can see I've done some trims. And what we're going to do is we're going to use now Premiere Pro in order to find what animations we can do. And we'll kind of draw the ideas into FigJam before we get into execution. We don't want to do this with each and every graphic element, but especially in the hook, I feel like this is something very important. So yeah, let me just get into that real quick. I'm gonna put on my headphones and I'm gonna enable desktop audio for you guys. So I'll just show you the process of how I pick my animations.
What I'm about to share with you is how I made 6 figures this year just video editing.
You can see already This is a hook. It's very important for the hook to be entertaining. So what I'll do is I'll literally press over here and I'll go to black video. I'm gonna add that on top.
What I'm about to share with you.
And I'll make it like this. So now I have this kind of a label to display that, okay, my animation is gonna be in this part.
Just video editing. And I'm telling you this just to make up for my point that anyone can make their first $1K.
Over here you see I said anyone can make their first $1K, $2K, and $10K, whatever.
$1K, $2K, and scale up to 10 to 20K USD a month. It doesn't matter if you're a beginner or you don't have experience, or even if you have experience, or your age, your location, whatever it is. I'm here to help and build a community for everyone. Whether you want to learn editing from scratch or want to master editing like all,
you can see over here, I'm gonna have a graphical display as well. So okay,
all those influencers that you see, or you want to connect and gain access to the top tier editors, project files, assets, etc. Editor League is where you belong. Now before we dive,
okay, you can see we're already basing off of ideas right now. So the first thing first, we have this kind of script. Let me play it.
Is how I made 6 figures.
So I'm gonna immediately open up FigJam over here, and I'm gonna make a section, by the way. So if I go over here, I can make a section. So this is all a section. If I move, I have this section, and let me highlight it with like a bit of gray, and I'm gonna make another section. So it's gonna be a text that says idea 1. Let me come over here, or animation 1 actually. And we want to keep vague ideas. We don't want to go over extreme ideas in a point where we keep scrapping ideas over and over again, but there were certain elements. The first element we had was, I said 6 figures, so we want to show money. Okay, I said 6 figures
is how I made 6 figures this year, just video editing.
This year, okay, this year, I said this year,
just video
editing. So we want to have an element, okay, an element that can display money somewhere and show 2024 and show video editing. So immediately I get in my head that, okay, I can go for 3D, because in this case what I want to do is I want to show a person that is actually video editing and it says 2024 and it shows money that is getting thrown or some shit. So immediately I'm getting, okay, 3D ideas. So I'm gonna open FigJam, okay, in 3D. Now obviously 3D gets a bit complex, but I know my capabilities. If I just go to one of Iman Ghazi's most recent videos, which was done by my very good friend Yazid, shout out to Yazid. Hopefully there's gonna be an interview with him.
Now this plug and play is a step by.
Now in all fairness, alright, so let's talk about mistakes, because
I'm not sure which video it is, but I think it might be this video.
Already interesting. It's official.
Oh yeah, over here, it's this video. So you can see
now, if you
a person on their desk
been working hard, but you just simply can't stand the idea of 2024 being
Blender 2024
another wasted year in your life, you are the person that I want to talk to today, because we're about,
and there's gonna be video editing. Obviously we're not gonna copy paste, we're gonna go with something a lot more unique, but you get the point. So I'm gonna immediately take a picture of this and put it over here like this. We wanna make something completely different, but this is a good idea to base off of. 6 figures this year, video editing. Now this was animation number 1. Let's decide animation number 2. Animation 2. What did I say in animation 2? Let's see.
$1K, $2K, first 1K that anyone can make. That anyone can make their first $1K, $2K, and scale up to 10 to 20K USD a month.
Okay, so over here, if you guys see, I don't know, this was very surprisingly actually. Over here you can see I used this kind of an animation where it says 1K. So this is immediately something we can base off of. I use this. We can use like a graphical chart. So let me just write down what I said. $1K, $2K, scale to $10K. And I used the keyword, which was any one. So this are the keywords that we use. Let me just bullet point them, have them look a bit better because it looks ugly right now. And immediately in my mind, it's like, okay, I display a group of all types of people in like a way where it shows the person's icon, and then it zooms out to show like the chart from above 1K, 2K. So If I was to make like a bit of a graphical display, it would be, let's say, a icon or a symbol of a person in this way, and a lot of them. So there'll be copies of these in this manner, basically, and it would basically have like a kind of a chart which says $1000, and then go to $2000 and go to $3000, or sorry, 10,000. This looks a bit boring, I'm not gonna lie, but it's giving me a base idea. Obviously this is not gonna be the exact idea. Something like this, I think this is a good thing to base off of. So it's gonna like be this element coming up first, anyone, and then boom, it zooms out to like show it in a pan, and then a camera panning over to 1K, 2K, 10K. That is the creative mind that you need to enable. But yeah, you can see the ideas that I'm getting. So I'm immediately gonna write camera panning, arrows moving towards each dollar when mentioned. So these are just ideas that are up my head. Obviously you have your own ideas, but yeah, this was pretty much it for the creative blueprint video. I hope you guys learned a lot. This is one of the most valuable videos in the course. I promise you to God, no one has ever shown this in any way, shape or form, and this is a game changer. This is a game changer, and I'm not posting this on YouTube. I know this shit will go viral, and I want you guys to keep the sauce to yourself, because this thing is a game changer. You just throwing your ideas, putting inspirations, already is gonna give you a lot of ideas, a lot of things to refer as. And guys, this is a cheat code. I'm really excited to see how we turn up with our first animation. Because it's 3D, I'm not gonna be doing that. I'm gonna be starting from our second animation, and it will be a long video, so make sure you stay tuned for that. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I'll see you guys in the next video with Adobe Dynamic Linking. Peace out. Welcome to the most important element between Premiere Pro and After Effects. I think it has been enough of chit chat, and right now we get into the real execution, and I'm really excited to see how we turn up with the upcoming videos. But anyways, before we know how to animate, we need to know how to link the animations. How does it work? So it's very simple, guys. First things first, open up your project. Here I have my project. Make sure you have your videos trimmed, and let me launch After Effects from now already. I'm just gonna open After Effects. Now I have my After Effects open as well. So let's say I wanna pick an animation. I'm playing my video over here, as you guys can hear. Let's say I wanna animate this. We already picked this in the previous video.
Whether you want to learn editing from scratch, or want to master editing like all those influencers that you see, or you want to connect and...
Anyways, we have this. Now let's say we want to animate this exact part in After Effects. So what I'll do is I'll take this and I'll literally right click on it, and I'll go replace with After Effects composition. And then you're gonna have After Effects over here, and you have to name your project. So I'm gonna name it AE Linking VSL, for example. And now you can see everything was directly imported into my After Effects. And let's say whatever change I make, like hello, let me just zoom into this, for example. I open Premiere Pro, let it load, and see what happens. The exact change that I did in After Effects is gonna happen in Premiere Pro, and it happens at the same time, real-time changes immediately. Whatever you do, if I decrease the opacity, for example, over here, this is what we have. So yeah, that's pretty much it for when it comes to AE linking. Nothing much more, nothing to think about more. Whatever you do in After Effects will happen in Premiere Pro as well, as you guys can see. And yeah, that's pretty much it. This is a very important point for you to understand, because we're gonna get into the future parts of how we're gonna animate and how we're gonna have our workflow, which I'm gonna basically take parts and I'm gonna link them to After Effects. So in After Effects, you're gonna have the compositions in this way, where it says linked comp 1. Let's say I choose another part, like randomly. I'm gonna choose this, replace with After Effects. Now it says linked comp 2. So if I do here, hi, how are you, for example, let me zoom this in, and I'll go over here. You can see this change was applied. So yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. I'll see you guys in the next video, and I'm really excited to see how we move forward. With that being said, stay prepared for the next video. We're gonna crush. See you then. Bye bye. Welcome to a new video from Editors League. In this video, we're gonna be doing our first ever animation, and this is gonna be a very exciting one because I'm gonna be doing one from my own VSL. Now, to be completely transparent, I'm not gonna go too hard, just so for you beginners, or even if you already know how to edit on After Effects, you're able to follow and that the complexity level doesn't get too crazy. So we're gonna be going a bit on the creative side. It's gonna be from my own VSL, and I'm not gonna be using this animation on my own VSL because my own VSL is gonna be something in the style that was on the Figma board that I showed you guys last time, and that's what I'm gonna do in my own VSL. But I'm excited to show you guys how this turns out, and completely transparent, I have no idea. I haven't even planned how this animation is gonna be, but it is how I showed you guys on the Figma chart on the last video. But yeah, I don't have like a done version that I'm gonna recreate. I'm gonna create this completely from my mind, and this is the purpose of the whole course, is that we take those styles and we create our own style, and we don't copy off their animations. We go off of our own taste and everything. So with that being said, let's dive in right into Premiere Pro. So here I have Premiere Pro open, as well as my After Effects, and the animation is somewhere over here.
That anyone can make their first $1K, $2K, and scale up to 10 to 20K USD.
Okay, so this is what initially we want to go with. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna replace with After Effects composition, and over here we have our video in After Effects. I'm not gonna go too much in about After Effects dynamic link as that was in the previous video, but anyways, here we have the exact same video in After Effects, and I'm gonna just play it just to ensure that
anyone can make their first $1K and scale up to 10 to 20K USD a month.
Okay, perfect. So I'm just gonna take this, decrease the audio a bit, but yeah, don't worry about decreasing audio, and I would want you guys to follow along with what I'm doing over here, as that's very important. And with that being said, let's start right with the animation. So if you guys remember, here I had my Figma board, and I said that okay, we can go for something like this. However, I think that is a bit too basic. We want to go for something a bit more complex. Maybe we will go towards the basic side a bit later, maybe a few animations different. But yeah, you guys saw that I wanted to display everyone in a certain manner, and basically by displaying that okay, there is a lot of icons, but I think this animation is has a bit of a design deficiency. I'm not too sure. I would want something where the camera is panning more rather than the scene. So that is the initial style that we want to go for. But anyways, let's start with our icon first. So literally, I just searched up a person icon and I found this icon. It looks kind of clean. So what I'll do is I'll copy this and go to remove background, paste. Actually, no need to even remove background because we're gonna recreate the shape layer. Anyways, I'm just gonna put it up here, and let me scale this up. What we want to do is we want to recreate the shape layer just so we can have a bit more ability, especially if we want to like enable 3D or something. So I'll go to the ellipse tool over here, and I'll make the stroke 0. I'll press on this box and I'll make it fill. So now if I do this, you can see we'll have a circle, and I'm holding shift. And if I hold space, now I can move it as well. If I hold space, and I will release space now, and I'll keep holding shift. I'll hold space again to fix the position, and boom, we have this nice circle. Now we want to create the inner kind of shape over here. So for that, I'm gonna do Control R. Let me just bring up. I'm gonna do Control R for ruler, and I'm gonna bring this down here, and I'll press on my pen tool. By the way, I'm on my pen tool. I press on this. By pressing G on your keyboard, you get the pen tool, and I'll select the dot over here, bring up another dot up like this, and I'll zoom in, do this, bring it up like this, keep extending. The more I extend this, the more it's recreatable. So you can see, by the way, to bring up this, if I hold my left click and I just drag, you can see this happens. So if I do it on the other side, the extension happens. I'm just gonna hide this. I'm gonna go PNG so that I'm able to view, and to do this, now you can see over here what happens is that this kind of fucks it up. So just gonna do this, And you can see what's happening is that the left part is moving. So to move this alone, if I hold Alt on my keyboard, just keep holding Alt, the other part, the other dot does not move. So just gonna zoom in so I can get the exact figure. Now we have this, boom. By the way, I'm holding V, everything is hold, but yeah, V is the pen tool, not pen tool, I mean select. I'm gonna do this, and now you can see the curve was automatically created. Now I'm gonna go over here in the middle part. I'm gonna hold my left click and just do this, bring it down. You can see it will extend automatically. Get over here. Usually I recreate this stuff in Illustrator, but we don't want to get into Illustrator as of now. We want to do everything manual, kinda, honestly. Over here we have a problem, is that the curve is not happening. So I'm gonna have to curve this and make this part straight and have this part curved. So yep, we created the shape layer. Here we have it. It's not the perfect, but yep, this is our version, pretty decent. Now what I'll do is, if you guys remember, I brought up some extensions that we needed last time. So make sure you have these extensions, please. I'm trying motion tools, but it's not loading up for some reason. So I'm just gonna go to my usual one that I use. Don't worry too much about it. It's similar, it's the exact same thing. But the purpose right now is I wanna press over here so that the anchor point goes in the middle. And let me remove PNG by clicking back on toggle transparency. Now we have this, and I want to go over literally starting to animate the starting part. We're gonna focus on the design a bit later, by the way, guys. Design is not priority right now. What we'll need to do is, I'll take the first shape layer, the content of actually shape 2, the ellipse. I'm gonna do Control X, come over here and paste it. So now they're both in one shape layer rather than two different layers. And we want to do that because if we enable 3D, it will help us out a lot. So now I'm gonna place the key anchor point, and it's gonna be in the middle of both the shape layers, which is amazing. And you can see over here there is a bit of a problem with the shape, but anyways, let's not focus too much on the shape. That anyone can make their first $10K. So first things first that comes to mind is we need a couple of those. You know, we don't need only one of those. And I'm gonna select all of these, go to align, and literally distribute horizontally. Over here it's more on how it looks for you guys if you guys followed my tutorial. And let me just drag all of these, take it to the middle. There is a way where we can ensure that all of these go in the middle, is by, in motion tools there is a null creator. So now they're kind of in the middle, all of them. And just to ensure that if I duplicate this and I take this to the middle, you can see it's in the middle of both these layers, just to ensure that we have everything in the middle. And pretty much gonna drag these down. Let me scale these down as well. Now we wanna go over, anyone can make their first 10K, 1K USD, 2K USD, and 10K USD. So first things first, I have like an idea to combine all of these. So I'm gonna remove the fill from my shape layer, from my pen layer, and let me go to stroke and fix it up to solid color, make this white, and I'm gonna make the stroke around 10. So let me drag this and literally go something like, or wait, something more in a better way. Boom. I hope you guys know how I'm dragging this. I press V on my keyboard and then I press G again. And a better way, instead of pressing V and then G again, if you just hold V, if you just hold on the selection tool, it will pretty much allow you to select. And then if you leave it, it will get back to your original button, which is my pen tool. I hope you guys are seeing my cursor. So I'm dragging this. Look, I'll press here, left click, hold, boom. Let me write over here $1 and place this in the middle. Take this above, make this white, make it bigger. We have to give everything a bit of margin. Feel bold? No, I'm gonna go for Montserrat bold, Montserrat extra bold. So we have this Montserrat font. I'm gonna select on month. I'm gonna lower this, place this in the middle by doing the align. We want the month to blend in a bit better. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna separate the text. I'm gonna have the first text as 1000 only. Duplicate this, put focus mode on from here. I'm gonna make this month only, and then you can see now it's a bit messy. Yeah, if I make this closer and I delete the previous version, you can see now we have these way closer. Let me look at what's the middle. This is the middle point, but we want this to twist towards the left side more. So I'm gonna select this, make this in the middle, and then this one is just gonna like be an add-on. I will take both of these and put them in this way. So now my shape layer, this one, let me press V, it's gonna go like this. This one, I'm gonna press G on my keyboard and make it collide like this, and literally have it come up like this. Something that blends in more in a better way. I'm holding V on my keyboard. What happens is that when I hold V, it like keeps spamming, because this is how the keyboard works. Like it literally keeps spamming over here. So whenever you see something spamming, just know that I'm holding it. Yep. Make this come up like this. Let me take this, press G, make this closer, boom. Okay, now we have this one as well. Press V on my keyboard, or G on my keyboard, sorry. Literally make it come between it. Gonna add a blending point over here and boom, make it like this. Holding V again. Now, I mean, it does look a bit unproportional, which I kind of hate. I don't think we're giving it the best look, to be honest. By the way, I'm taking this shape lines inspiration from somewhere. I don't quite remember from where, but yeah, I've done like a shape line like this before in this exact manner. I've done it before from one of my previous animations. That was also inspired by someone, but I think it was like an Iman Gadzi editor. I don't really remember. Anyways, this is what we have. It looks kind of shitty, so we want to fix it. We want to make it as good as possible. Let me select all of these and take it down. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna label all of these as different color so that we know that it's this external shape layers. Boom. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. I mean, I think it's just a bit of misproportion. So if I can drag this. And what I'll do is I'll select month. I'm gonna add an effect called gradient ramp. Pretty much have this above, have this here, and gonna make the black color red. That looks good. That means our background towards this side should be more on the black side. Anyways, we have this. We have these lines. This is a bit unsmooth, so let me make this line a bit smoother. Okay, that's good. That's good. A good start to our design. And over here you can see if I select on this shape layer, you can see this one is a bit like bending. So I'm gonna press V on my keyboard, Alt on my keyboard, and what's gonna happen is that I'm gonna be able to press this, and now I have these curved lines that come out. You can see, and through this I can literally take this above, and so it looks like it's coming straight, and then boom, going like that. Holding space, whenever I hold space, it's like the hand tool. The hand tool is what allows us, and the keyboard is holding space. So with holding space, you can literally do the same. At this point, this should change. Obviously, what I'm gonna have done is that this will constantly keep changing the number on that. Let me go on this shape layer, find that shape layer, press Alt over here so that this also can be straightened. But yeah, the shape layers look very decent as of now. Let's start with the animation. So before all this happens, we wanna animate.
Anyone can make their first 1K dollar.
Okay, so how can we animate anyone, or how can we get to the scene in the first place? One way is that we literally have this from the starting. So this is how the animation will start, like literally no animation, but then these lines and everything will start. But I'm talking about the design. For example, this will not move a lot, like these will stay at their place. So my idea is that I can animate it in a way where these, before it comes to this point, or at this point, just see, bear with me, see what happens. Don't worry too much about it, but I do have an idea, a good idea. And the idea will basically be like, we're gonna have a position over here. So I'm gonna press on P. If I select all of these and I take it like this, see what happens. All of them will go up. So we want all of them sequenced. And I'm gonna press P on my keyboard to bring up position. I'm just gonna press on the clock timer, and the starting, I want all of them to be in the middle over here. I'm gonna press align layers and see this is what happens. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna jump 10 frames by doing Control Shift right arrow. I jump 10 frames. I'm gonna completely copy paste these keyframes. So I'm copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, like the last keyframes that we placed, and gonna cut this and cut this, okay, by doing Alt left bracket. So this is how it's gonna look. Oops, what did I do? I fucked up something. Cut this. It's gonna be this one. Cut this one. So it's gonna be like this. Boom. And then 10 seconds later, it's gonna be like this. We did not have to place keyframes. My initial idea was different, and it literally changed while I'm doing this. So the ideas change a lot, even middle of the animation. So this is how it's gonna be. Boom. And then these will come out. these will come out of where? If I press P on my keyboard again, so now I'll tell you guys why I placed the keyframes on this one and this one. I'm just gonna take this down. Now see what happens. It comes like this, right? We want to take this, we want to take the keyframe from this one, the position keyframe, copy and paste it over here so that this icon will now override this. And we want to take the keyframe of this one and paste it over here. So now this is what happens, boom, and then boom. Now that's pretty bad, like in the way it looks animated. So what's gonna happen is basically jump 10 frames again, and we're gonna make it like this. Now I'll make something that is a specific graph in a way where basically I want to cut them rather than having them animated. I want to have them cut or like not come up with this much of smoothness. So what I'll do is I'll select all of these and I'll do this. I'll drag the graph all the way to the left and do the exact same for the second points as well. So look at how it's done. Yep, not too bad, but we want this to be even harsher. And how do we do that? If you guys remember in the previous tutorials, one of the previous tutorials, I told you guys if we want to go value graph in position, it's messed up. So now I have to select all of these and literally go separate dimension, and we don't need Y because we're not animating up and down. So I'm just gonna keyframe the Y positions by literally clicking on the clock. So now it's like not keyframed at all. And let me press F9 again on the graphs and then go back to speed graph for all of these and do the exact same graph. Okay, but it's gonna be like this. But now I'm gonna go to value graph, and if I press on this one in value graph, if I zoom in, it's a bit complicated, but see what I want to do is I want to make it even harsher. So if I press Alt, I'm able to select this keyframe only, this pointer only. Make this even harsher. So see what happens, that it's way harsher. And do the exact same thing for this one in this way, and do the same for all of them. Just hold Alt. I hope you guys are able to follow with me. I know it's getting a bit complicated. This is because we're doing our first animation. Oops, I messed up something. Keep holding Alt. Boom. No, don't keep holding Alt. Do the exact same thing over here. Hold Alt so that I can drag this by itself. Now after I've done that, I can just... Okay, now this is how initially actually I want it to look, but obviously it looks choppy as fuck, which is something we don't want. And another thing is the layers that are getting in the end, I'm just gonna take those down. I'm gonna select all of these and I'll make it enable blur. Yep, and I'll pre-compose these and I'll do posterize time on them. Still not something we are satisfied with. Honestly, I'm not satisfied with this whole animation idea, what I'm doing right now with these icons. Honestly, bad idea. Anyways, let's see how it turns out with the original thing. I'm gonna drag all of this just right when it's ended. Drag all of this again over here, delete this. Honestly, I think this will look so bad, especially with this. But I'll revert that, don't worry too much about it. First things first, to get to it, what I want to do is I want to enable camera for everything we've done. Okay, enable 3D. And I'm gonna activate something called camera over here, if you guys remember. And now we'll get into the creativity of how we can use camera. And actually, forgot to do something, just make it 2 node. I think we need 2 node. By the way, just a side point, as you guys could hear, there was noise on my mic, and so what I did is now I decided that I want to do a voice overlay instead, just so it's more clear for you guys and you don't have to like deal with the bad mic audio. So I'm just gonna do an overlay. Don't worry about my mouth not being synced, as well as the sound kind of corrupted. So yeah, with that being said, back to the video. So yeah, pretty much here we want to create our camera. Just follow the settings that I put, which is a 2 node type camera and everything. And pretty much from here, what I want to do is we want to cut the camera as to where it's going to start. And what I did is I moved the keyframes, you can say 20 frames ahead. And now we can start altering and see what happens when we start altering. Because it's a new 2 node camera, this is what happens. But anyways, you can see I'm just adjusting the settings from here, mostly from position, because we can have more of a customization when it comes to position. But anyways, if I go to the dolly tool, which is above, I can move this more towards as to how I want it. The tool above is very useful when it comes to altering it to the way that you want it. And so over here, I'm just adjusting it. You can see even I go to the rotation tool to adjust it a little bit, and you can see where I'm pointing my mouse, because I want that to act like the point of interest. And see, this is the type of movement that is our starting point. Obviously we do want to adjust this based on more of what we think is better, and I'm just touching like the values and everything from there. You can see I'm just adjusting the dolly a bit more, taking it to the left. I'm trying to get, you know, the best look that we can have. And this is kind of the movement that we have right now, as you guys can see. I know the screen is lagging a little bit. So yeah, now we just want to start from a little bit of a zoom in. We can adjust that from the position itself, which is named as the Z position, which is like only with 3D, and you can see the movement that we have right now. Honestly, it's not the best movement, and obviously later during this video it gets a lot better. But yeah, this is a very good solid starting point. You always want to get to the starting point. Now I'm just adjusting the settings to push it a bit back and forth. I took that, you can see, delayed it to a bit more. And basically my thought process behind all of this is that I want to get like a good look, and what is it that I have to figure out in order to get a good look. So usually what I do in my videos is I do the good look, and then after it I explain to you guys how I did the good look, as well as doing it at the same time. So you can see over here I'm kind of experimenting, and I did an F9. So F9 is like graphing everything. So once I have graphed everything, I open the chart and I go to speed graph, and I will just push this completely frontward. And so our movement now is a lot smoother. As you guys can see, we can also like leave it default if that makes it any better. And over here I figured that maybe I should extend the camera a bit more, or not extend the camera a bit more, but rather have the starting point as well with the camera, because we cannot just make like a random jump. So now what we want to do is, let's say, extend the first part as well to all the way in front, just so it starts from the very starting. You can see the movement starts from the very starting now. It's happening all throughout the edit. And over here I guess I'm just like trying to see and analyze the way everything comes up. I'm testing again. Adjust the rotation a bit more as to how I want it. This is, you can say, the hardest part of it all, just mastering the angle that you want. Obviously there is a better way, but I'm doing it very manual just for your guys' display, by the way. Like how you guys can do it in the easiest way possible. For me, I can like master this in my own way with nulls and everything and a 2-node camera immediately. But I'm just like, this is kind of an experiment because I'm doing it the simpler way. So obviously the simpler way gets it to a bit harder, but you can see this is the output that we have right now, which is actually pretty solid. Okay, now if I play this animation, I'm just gonna put it at quarter. And by the way, we have to do this every once in a while. Go to all memory and this cache and clear everything. Now let me play the video again.
Anyone can make their first $1K, $2K, and
so this is how it looks.
make their first $1K, $2K, and scale up to.
Now this looks pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie. So we want to start with animating the lines. So to animate the lines, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over here and add trim path. Now trim path, if I mess with this, see what happens. Let me click on this. So toggle mask and shape path visibility. If I do that, we are able to see our line. And what I want to do is I want to start it from 0, the end, and until the camera movement finishes, I want to do this. And see, this is what happens, is that this will move.
$2K, and scale up to.
Nice. But we want to have this at a faster movement, a bit on the faster side.
$2K, and scale up.
Nice. That looks decent.
First $1K, $2K.
Decent. And we want to copy the trim path and literally paste it on all of them. And then what I'll do is if I press U on my keyboard, I'm able to see the keyframe. I'll select for all of them, select all of the layers and press U. And then if I select all of this, drag them 1, 2, 3 frames ahead, do the exact same thing, 1, 2, 3 frames ahead, 1, 2, 3 frames ahead, and see what happens.
$1K, $2K, and scale up to.
Nice. We do want to have this a bit more delayed, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you guys don't know how to move frame by frame, it's by pressing page down on your keyboard. You can see I'm clearly pressing page down, and going frame ahead is page up. So let me play this now.
$1K, $2K, and scale up to 10.
Nice. So with that being said, I'll even have to delay the camera movement. Say the camera movement should be a bit slower because it's a bit fast. I'm gonna press U on all of them, so I'm able to pop up the keyframes and drag all of them later.
Their first $1K, $2K, and scale up to 10 to 20K USD.
I can see.
Anyone can make their first $1K, $2K, and scale up to 10 to 20K USD.
Nice, that's a good start. And now what we want to do is we want to animate the 10K month thingy. So over here I say 1K. So this is when we want to pop up our animation. And how do I animate this? Now what you guys will need for this is Text Evo. And I'm gonna link Text Evo down in this video, the link to downloading Text Evo as well as how to download it. And once you have downloaded it, please come and follow from this part again. So if I press on plus and I go to transform, and if I take opacity down, okay, let me show you guys what Text Evo does actually before I get too much into it. If I press on plus, this means add Text Evo. And the second that I add Text Evo, you can see over here, a keyframe has been connected and it's called strength. So this has nothing to do with opacity or whatever, but then this keyframe controls all the properties that are inside Text. So for instance, if I make the opacity 0, that means it's gonna go from 0 to 100. For example, if I make this 33, 32, it's gonna go from 0 to 100 based on the first keyframe of the strength and the last keyframe. So look at what happens. The opacity is increasing, but letter by letter. So this is the amazing part, is that you can make it letter by letter, reading direction. You can even, if I press over here, it can even be based on word by word, but we want to make it letter by letter. So I'm going to make the opacity start from 0 and position starts from 25, the Y position. And see what happens is that you can see our strength right now from here.
$1K, $2K, and
that's amazing. That's what we want. And I'm gonna extend this. I'm gonna make this start earlier.
Their first $1K.
So the second I say $1K, that's when I want the $1K thing to come. I say here $1K. So at this point it should like at least be kind of visible.
$1K, $2K.
And now I'm gonna also link up a notepad. And in this notepad we have this script. And we wanna enable this script. How do we do it? So go to your notepad, copy, make sure you copy, and then go to your number and add an effect called point control. This effect is very important. Then you wanna press double arrow on this, okay, double arrow on this to upper extend this, and we wanna go to text and source text, I think. And if in source text I hold Alt and I press on source text, this thing comes up. And if I paste the script, see what happens, the number changed. So I'm gonna tell you guys what the script does. The number changed to the number over here. So now whenever I change the number over here, the number itself changes, which is something that we wanted. And it's very good, and you can see the commas are auto added. So if I make this, for example, 10,000, see what happens. This moves. Now what we want to do is we want to animate that. If I go between the semicolon and if I add the $, $sign is added as well, which is what we want. So I'm gonna make this 1,000, okay.
Their first $1K, $2K,
and then when I say $2K, I immediately want it to change to $2K. So it's gonna be like $2K in this way, and I'm gonna press F9 and I'm gonna do a very harsh graph so that it happens very fast. This will be like 90 and this will be 90 as well. So see what happens.
$2K and scale up. $2K and $2K and scale. $2K and
Even faster would be better. Even if I take this and if I drag it,
$2K and scale $2K and $2K and $K and scale up to 10
and scale up to 10K. So now I say scale up to, so this one will be a bit more gradual. So this will go to 10, 1, 2, 3, 4. So $10,000. You can see what happens, that our month is now getting fucked up because the length of this is increasing.
10 to 20K USD.
And over here it's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4 and 20K. And then let me open the graph editor. Gonna make this in the middle smoothly, this one in the middle as well smoothly, see what happens.
$2K and scale up to 10 to 20.
Okay, we wanted to stay at $2K for a bit, so I'm gonna copy this keyframe and paste it. So $2K is gonna stay still,
And scale up to 10.
and we wanted to start the keyframing to 10K once I say and scale up to. So if I move the keyframes from here, you can see it also is moved from here. So I just did it from inside.
$2K and scale up to 10
And I'm gonna have the 10 still as well for a bit.
to 20 to 20K.
That's good. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna enable motion blur so you can see how much better it will get now.
Scale up to 10 to
20K USD.
Now we have a problem, is that our month over here, it's pretty much getting overridden. So there is one way to deal with this, or actually a couple of ways, but in my opinion, we go to the text and to the source text, and over here, if you guys know coding a little bit even, if there is something called concatenation. If I make space over here, space plus sign, space, eliminate or double column, and I'm gonna write month. I don't think that works. I think I messed it up. I think I'm supposed to do it after the bracket. Plus month. See what happens is that month is added onto this. But there is a problem, is that this concatenation, we cannot mess with it anymore. So there is a way where you can kind of tweak this with coding and shit, but let's make it a bit more manual, to be honest. This is gonna take a month. Okay, usually you should always avoid these kind of situations unless it's important and you think it's gonna make the edit 2x faster or 2x better. Let me go on this. I'm gonna match the exact keyframes. Come over here and literally drag the position a bit more to the left. We have to be able to tell or make sure that the positioning difference is not that major. So you can see I can tell the spacing between them. And we're gonna have this position still. Come over here and now it's gonna change again the positioning. And I'm gonna position it more to the left. I can kind of tell the spacing that we had already. You can see the difference is a bit minor. I'm gonna make this closer. If I press J on my keyboard, I can jump to my previous keyframe, and if I jump K on my keyboard, I can jump to my next keyframe, which is a very important tool. And then when I'm gonna copy paste the exact same keyframe again. Now when I say 20K per month, extend this for the same spacing again. And now I'm gonna have to match the graphs, which is kind of the hard part. So if I come over here, I'll check this graph, I'm able to see my position graphs, which is basically the default ones. So I can match them basically. If I do this, oops, see what's happening is that it's selecting my point control as well. But yeah, I'm gonna see my pointer graph and then go to my position graph and try to replicate it. So it was 90 on both sides. You can see now the first graph is correct. Let me go to my second graph. Both of these are like 70 on both sides. So this and then this. I'm not sure how much I did on this side. I think 90 on both sides. So this one is wrong. Let's play it. Let's see if it's... You can see over here, it's what's happening is that, yeah, it is the correct graph, but 10 only becomes 6 figures later on, which is actually why we want to have this delayed. So the second that 10 comes, this changes. It's gonna have to be delayed. So I'm gonna pull this even more. Up to 10 to 20. Okay, no. Now putting this a bit more was the wrong decision. Let me hold shift so I can tell the timing. Up to 10 to 20K USD month. Same thing over here. We want to have this delayed instead. Nice. Let's play it now. Let's see. First $1K, $2K, and scale up to 10 to 20K USD month. That anyone can. Nice, 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 nice. Not too bad. Obviously, we want to animate the month as well. So I can go on this text evo over here. And if I go to text evo, if you come over here, copy the selected effect, get over here and paste the copied effect. It's gonna have to exactly paste it. I think it just took it a bit to the forward, but if I take this and I bring it over here back, see what happens. Nice, it's exactly synced. That's perfect. That's what we wanted.
$2K and scale up to 10 to 20K USD month.
Until the animation ends, the camera movement should not end, so I'll just have this throughout the whole animation. Literally have this throughout the whole animation.
Anyone can make their first.
Let me hold space so that I can bring this.
$1K, $2K, and scale up to 10 to 20K USD. Anyone can make their.
Perfect. That's amazing.
That anyone can make their first $1K.
Anyone, the animation for anyone is bad, so I'm gonna have this something more manual. What I'll do is I'll select all of this, press U on my keyboard, and literally unkeyframe all of them. Now I'm gonna drag all of these, doing this, and I'm gonna position all of them. P, the X position is what we want. And I'm gonna go to the end, press keyframe again, and literally, oh sorry, the Y position is what we wanted. And I'm gonna basically select all of these and do Y position. I could do around the 1 second mark, press another keyframe, and now I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna have all of these come up from down. Select all of these, F9, and make this animation. And I'm gonna have the middle ones come up first. So I'm gonna delay this, I'm gonna delay this. Nice. And now you can see what will happen here.
That anyone can make their first $1K.
We wanna have this finish a bit earlier because there is a jump happening as we cut it out. So the delay was too much. I'm gonna take all of these back and I'm gonna drag all of them out to be smaller, to be shorter, I mean. Now, let me fix the delay again. Boom, boom. This is how it's gonna be. Nice, nice, nice. So look.
That anyone can make their first $1K, $2K, and scale up to 10 to 20K USD.
Amazing, amazing. Now, that's pretty much it for the animation. How can we make the scene look better? And that is called further tweaking, as well as the background and everything. I'll make this in the next episode just for the sake of it. So this was animation, and then the next episode is gonna be making your animations look better. So with that being said, tweaking our animation further to improve the animation. See you guys in the next video. Peace out. Welcome to further tweaking our animation. In the last video, we finished our video at this part, as you guys can see on my screen. And what we want to do is we want to pretty much improve this animation in a manner where it makes the video or the animation 10x better. So with that being said, let's dive in right into After Effects. So here we have After Effects on. This is where we ended.
That anyone can make.
Just so you guys can see, this is how our animation was. Now, how can we improve our animation further? First things first, we want to introduce background. Now to introduce background, I'm gonna pretty much do right click over here, solid, and we have this background. I'm gonna take it below my animation, make it enable 3D, and I'm gonna add an effect called for color gradient, which is automatically built. You can see what's happening over here is that we have these cuts, which we don't want. We want to make sure that the cuts do not appear. So to fix that, all you do is scale up. You can see if I scale it up, it's fixed. So I'm gonna make this left corner black, and I'm gonna make this corner, which is the point 2, black as well. Literally gonna take my third pointer and take it to the middle. You can see if I select this, I can take this, I can move it, you know, like if I take this, I can move it here, whatever, boom. I'm gonna move this towards the middle, and I'm gonna make this dark blue, or sorry, dark red, which is the theme that we're going for. So select here, dark red, and this one, I think it's gonna be black as well. So we have this one red tangent. I'm gonna make this dark red as well. Now we kinda need to even it out, making this closer, taking the second pointer, putting it like here maybe, and then taking this, dragging it further. It's just about getting creative with this. We want our red to shine more towards this area, and this third pointer, I'm gonna take it a bit more further towards the left. Now this red, I'm gonna make it a bit more shiny. Come over here. Now you can see this more shining red, which is what we want. And we want to do something called moving gradient expression. And the quick way to do that, rather than even having to search YouTube, is literally ChatGPT. So you guys can see I brought up ChatGPT over here, and let me make ChatGPT bigger. And a quick script to ChatGPT: make me a wiggle expression for my After Effects pointer to slowly randomly move. pretty much all of this is our wiggle control. So I'm gonna copy the code, come over here on my 4-color gradient, and if I double click on this, okay, I hope you guys watched the expressions video, by the way, because over there I went over a lot of things with the arrows and stuff. But yeah, if I come to positions over here, you can see I have all the pointers, and the pointers is what we want to randomize because this is the movement. If you get my point, let me take this towards the middle. And if I literally hold Alt on my keyboard and press, and if I paste, okay, over here I can adjust the frequency and the amplitude. So the frequency, I'm gonna make it 0.5, amplitude 1500.
That anyone can make their first.
So you can see that thing is moving. The pointer 1 is moving already. See the pointer 1 moving, but it's a bit too harsh. It's kind of bad. I'm not sure if I messed up the frequency or the amplitude. Oh yeah, the amplitude should be lesser. The amplitude was too much. So yeah, copy this, literally do the same for all of them. Paste, hold Alt, paste, hold Alt, press on the timer, paste. And now
anyone can make
if I zoom in,
make their first $1K and scale up to
20K USD.
you can see now it's a bit less, like we can barely see. So I'm gonna make this, especially the red one, like 600, and do the same for the other red one.
that anyone can make their first 1K
You can see
and scale up to 10.
I'm not sure what's happening over here. So you can see what bugs appeared over here. This thing, it went away, and to fix this we just take the black solid, and if I position it a bit to the front, you can see everything disappeared. So we want to do the opposite. We want to position this down, because in camera, imagine if all of them are standing in the same position, not all of them are shown, especially if they overlap, because in real life it doesn't work that way. You get me? And let me actually increase the pointer for this black as well. Boom, open this.
That anyone can make their first $1K, $2K and scale up to 10
to 20K USD month.
that anyone can make their first $1K, $2K and scale up to 10 to 20K USD month. That anyone can make their first one.
Let's make the background come up a bit more smoother. So I'm gonna have the opacity come up from like 50, you know,
That anyone can make their first one.
or even lesser.
That anyone can make their first $1K, $2K and scale up to 10 to 20K USD month. That anyone
Okay,
can
nice.
make-
Now what we want to do is we want to add deep glow. So there is a couple of ways we can do that. First thing is if I add an adjustment layer and literally add deep glow, you can see deep glow is added on everything. If I make this like 0.5, but then there is one problem, is that the background gets messed up. So we need to do deep glow on each layer individually. If you guys watched the video where I was adding effects and stuff, where I created effects, where I made effects, we use deep glow. So let's use deep glow in this video. I'm gonna do a required for text so the other stuff doesn't disappear. Gonna make the exposure less, 0.3. Do the exact same thing for the month. So now both of these are shining, looks way better already. For these shape layers, if I select all of them, copy paste, it's added on them. For these, we want to increase the exposure to 0.5 and decrease the radius to like 200, let's say. Copy and paste. So all of them are gonna get fixed that way. And then we have all of these icons. Boom, do the exact same. This icon, paste on this icon. I pasted it on a couple of things.
That anyone can make their first $1K.
But yeah, look. Now this already made everything a lot better.
Can make their first $1K, $2K.
$2K and
You can see how it's shining. It looks crazy. I love this.
That anyone can make their first $1K, $2K and scale up to 10 to 20K USD month.
Nice, nice, nice. And I'd say the last thing we have to do is like kind of introduce some kind of fading on those, just so we can make it better. So for that, I have a solution. Is if I select on my shape layers and I go on mask, okay? If I press this, it takes me to mask. If I do this, see what happens is that they cut out my thing. So masking is basically cutting out. If I just mask around this completely, oops, see what I did? I did a mistake over there. So I'm gonna select all of this, go to my rectangle tool, go to mask, and literally mask around this exactly. And then if I go on mask feather and I make this 20, nothing really happens. That's because the mask is far from the shape. Let me just put on focus mode so we're able to see. See, if I increase my feather, it doesn't make a difference. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make my feather 21 or something. I'm gonna make the mask closer to the shape layer. See what happens now. If I increase the mask, there is a bit of fading. Let me just show you guys that a bit more organized structure. I hope you guys are able to follow until now. I know it's gotten a bit complex, to be honest. Don't blame you. Don't blame yourself either. But yeah, now we have this smooth fading, which is what we exactly wanted. So if I make this 50, I believe it should look a bit more smooth. Yep, that's a lot better. So you can see the difference already. However, yeah, it's actually good. So we want to do the same for all of them. A good way is if I select all of them and I go on the rectangle tool. If I do this, it doesn't work. So yeah, I have to do it manually. But a good way is if I select this, do this kind of mask, but I know the ending and I know the starting. And then I will do the exact same settings, 50. Now let me put this in focus mode. You can see the fading on this was not done. This is annoying as fuck, guys. There is a better way, which is by alpha matting a solid layer and stuff. That's what I do usually, but I'm trying to find like a cheat code for you guys, just so you don't have to overstress the situations. If I select the mask that I did and I paste it on both of them, it's gonna paste the exact same mask for both of them, and you can see we have this fading, which looks amazing, and the mask is gonna move along with the layers. If I select this, you can see we're able to see the mask.
First $1K, $2K, and
Very smooth, very good. I love how we came out with this. Honestly, the result is good. Everything can always be better. I think the main idea behind this wasn't too good, but that was the whole structure that I was going for, is that I didn't want to do something too complex. I think this still we kind of went a bit over complex, but yeah, project file for this video is gonna be in the description below, so hopefully that will help you guys follow and everything. But yeah, let's have one last look at the animation. I'm gonna press here. There is a comma above tab which allows us to do this. Let's preview it. Definitely pretty good, especially the background, the way the background came. Yeah, but this is the kind of seamlessness that we wanted to go for, to be honest. So yep, decent, very good. $10K, $20K USD a month. Amazing, guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I think in the starting we're gonna deep dive into styles of different individuals, styles of Iman Gadzi and stuff. I'm gonna copy especially the OG animations, they go fucking crazy. So with that being said, we're finally coming to an end to animation 1. I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out. Welcome guys to a new video from Editors League, and in this video we're gonna be going over basically design and composition. So in this video we're gonna be going over more about focal points and things like that, and in the next video we're gonna be going over composition, rule of thirds, and stuff like that. So yeah, I think we are ready to dive right into the PC. So as you guys can see over here, pretty much we have the fundamentals of design and composition. All right, and one of the most important concepts is a focal point. Now, what is a focal point? It is aiming towards a certain point you want to show. When you have an image, or when you have anything, basically, let's say this is an image and you have stuff in your image, you always want to have one thing that is your focal point. You get me? That is your emphasis point. Now over here, even meanwhile I'm trying to show you, I'm basically using concepts of focal point itself. Like I'm circling the item, I'm using different colors, which is contrasting, and I'm emphasizing. So everything is basically you wanting to show a certain thing in an image. Because I think if there is an image that has no focal point, then I don't know, does it even exist? And if we go over like very random things on Pinterest, let's try our luck and see just what we have. Like I'm just going over my Pinterest feed. Okay, this is a focal point. This is one of the concepts of a focal point. Over here we can see the man clearly, and there's clouds and stuff. But anyways, I don't want to overcomplicate this. Let's simplify it. But I hope you guys got the point, which is focal point is aiming towards a certain point you want to show in a video. It can be done in many ways, either by blurring the background or by contrasting, like making different colors on what's above and on what's below. This is a contrast. I'm showing you the text and my background is white. This is basically a contrast. by scaling, and etc. So first thing we're gonna cover through scale. Okay, this is gonna be the first thing that we are going to be covering, which is through scale. And yeah, pretty much let's dive into it. Through scale is a visual hierarchy. You create a focal point by adjusting the size of elements. Larger elements can draw the viewer's eye first, signaling importance and guiding attention within the next design. So if I click on this image, okay, or if I zoom into this image, okay, you can see over here we have the focus point, which is 8. All right, now this 8 is the focus point of the whole thing, and it is basically the focal point through being very big. So it is the biggest element, and then basically 15 whenever you wake up. So this is also a visual hierarchy, which is why I said over here visual hierarchy. So it includes a visual hierarchy, like there is bigger elements and there are smaller elements. So over here I can tell that it says 8:15 a.m. coffee whenever you wake up. So it makes it very easy for us to even read what is over here, especially with a bit of focus. The second thing we have over here is next. Clearly this is the first and most important thing that I'm seeing. Like I can't see anything else before it. I didn't see this triangle before it. I didn't see this before it. I saw this text before it. So this is our focal point. This is our most important point. And this is done a lot in animation. We always have like things that are bigger than the other. That is the main focal point, the main thing that I want my viewers to see, and they see on that thing first. It can be done through many different ways. Obviously it's not always scale, so keep that in mind. You don't always want every element in your scene just to be big and for you to keep the focal point on that. It can be done in many different ways. So it's just about us covering different ways. So for example, we see this first, and then clearly we see this first, and then we see this first. Or as well as this is like a combination with the next text. It's basically combined with it, which is why I did not separate it. But yeah, I can see the next. Over here, obviously we see this huge ass pen first. And first thing I see in this huge ass pen is basically this part. And then I basically see this part, or actually I see this part first and this part. And then I see word skill wars. And then I see Ukraine-Russia dialogue for peace, whatever. So it is a visual hierarchy. First, the human eye will see this, and then the human eye will see this, and then the human eye will see this. So it's like 1, 2, 3. It is used to have as a focal point, which is why we call it a focal point. Say it as a focus point, basically. It is where the eye focuses on, especially as the most first thing. So if I bring out just very different examples as well through Pinterest, let's see what we can get through Pinterest. So now over here, I can see a couple of designs. Over here, I can immediately see that this is the focal point, and then Mad Men. So it's all very equally done. It's not like the focal point will only be the only thing the viewer sees, but it's like the first thing that the viewer will see, as well as the image. Over here, it's like 1984. I guess it's the book cover. I see 1984 first, as well as because it is in the very center. And then I see a couple other things, which is the eye. The eye is also pretty big. I see George Orwell, who is the movie director or something. But yeah, pretty much this is some very good designs. You can see over here, big, tasty as well. Very, very nice design. Yeah. Anyways, let's go over the next concept, which is indeed, I would say, one of the most important concepts. In fact, it should have been first, because it is actually that important, which is contrast. Contrast emphasizes a focal point by making it stand out through differences in color, brightness, texture, whatever. But yeah, it is one of the most important things. There can be color contrast, okay, contrast by color, contrast by shape, contrast by size, and contrast by typo. So if we check this example over here, immediately this is the first thing that we see, basically, or the most, like, we can tell this is the important point, because it is differentiating between all of this. So this is like the maroon color, and these are like cyan or green, and then the background is white. Over here, shape contrast, this is standing out the most. Again, it is basically contrasting. And then we have size contrast over here. You can see basically this is smaller than these pieces, so it is size contrasting. And then this is typo contrast. You will read this before reading this, and I put this example even in my most recent YouTube video where I did the you need 9 minutes to be a successful editor. But yeah, pretty much this is contrast, and it's mostly with colors. So here are some examples. First thing, we have this flower example, which is bad in quality, but still, regardless of it being bad in quality, we can clearly tell that this is the focal point. And pretty much, you see now my pen tool is not contrasting, so we can't see shit. So pretty much we can tell that this is the focal point, and then we have these as like the background. There is also a bit of blur in the background separated to the flower itself. So the focus point is very much to the flower, which is different in color, and the background is black. And I use this all the time. To make something stand out, which is why the background is something very important to focus on as well. Over here we have this apple is contrasting the most because it is different in color. Meanwhile, these are almost the same color patterns, so it is kind of camouflaging, but at the same time it's not. But this one is really the one standing out, so we know that this is the focus point. Over here, very clear. You can see these are two different colors, but they're fitting so well. As well as, this is why I brought this example, because this is a very good example as to how two colors can be so bright colors but still stand out and look very good, which is this yellow theme and then this blue theme. And then obviously, because this is a different color than the background, it is very visible. There is also a website that is called coolers.co, which helps you differentiate two different colors. So if I hop onto coolers.co right now, you can see that one of the first color patterns that I got is this. And there are a lot of color palettes, but the one thing about this is because we have a real life example right now over here. So you can see it created us colors that are very fit with each other. So I know that if I have this type of blue, which is over here, okay, this is a bit brighter, and I have the yellow neon type element, which is over here, they will fit with each other. So you don't even need to figure it out. Like, you know that if you use these colors together, they will work. And then if I keep pressing space, this and this color, I would have never known like this and this color works together. So okay, I usually don't go with very similar patterns like this, but I usually go with like something that has two colors and then black and white. And I even delete elements sometimes because I don't want 5 colors. It's like, I don't need 5 colors, right? Imagine I want to go with 4 colors. Now this is a bit better because it's creating me 4 colors that might be similar. So yeah, black, blue, this can be a theme. Yeah, I mean, I usually try to go with 1-2 colors maximum. Even in my last YouTube video, I went with like red, and then I used yellow somewhere, but red and yellow fit really well because they were from coolers.co. But yeah, pretty much. Now we gotta move to the next topic, which is leading lines, or next principle, leading lines. Now this is very simple. And this applies to animations and the things that we do at a low level, not to a very high level, but it can be done deeply and it will look very good, especially if you have like a couple of objects and shit. But anyways, before I talk about this more, let's explain what this is. Leading lines are visual pathways, like lines or shapes that guide the viewer's eye towards the focal point. So over here, first thing, if we see this image, we have the staircase, okay? We have the staircase, which literally leads to our object, okay? It literally leads to our object like as a leading line. So it's a leader. And then we know that this is the first thing we see. Same case with our tree over here. We have a lower shot that has a lot of trees and it is leading us to this, okay? A lot of trees, everything facing towards the same direction. We are looking towards the middle. Our middle is our focal point. Over here, we have a lot of animals, and this is so overwhelming, especially because I drew on this already. But anyways, yeah, now you can see we have basically this elephant and this car, and we know that this is the focal point. First thing, because this is big, okay, and second thing, because everything is aiming towards this. So The zebra is watching at the car or at the elephant. These are one, consider them as one. The monkey is looking at the car. This crocodile is looking above. This lion is looking at the car. This horse is looking at the car. So everything is leading towards this. Everything is leading towards this. Okay, this is a leading line. And this can also be like, let's say if you have a certain element which says hello, we can lead lines by using different objects and making arrows and stuff like this to lead towards the middle point. You get me? As well as, for example, if I just draw a circle, that is an emphasis. So this is also a leading line. Like, yeah, we're showing circles and stuff. But anyways, let's not overcomplicate it. Now we have one of the most important topics, depth. And I love this. I fucking love depth because it creates so much realism, especially in animations. It's very easy to implement. It's much easier to implement in animations than in images. So there is also a plugin called literally depth in After Effects, which helps you with your camera, that separates the movement of each thing. But anyways, let's go over depth and what it means. Depth in design makes flat 2D visuals feel more 3D. Have you ever seen like a 2D design and it feels way too much 3D? Like it has a lot of depth basically. Using simple techniques like layering, shadows, perspectives, and whatever. This is more towards design. But in animation, it can be applied very well, and I will try to find you guys some examples because I do it myself. But anyways, look at this. Let's look at this. We have this image and it feels very 3D regardless of it being 2D. Why? Because they're all on the same page, but it feels very depth. It has a lot of depth. How is that? Because this line feels like it's on the front, and then this feels like it's in the back, like a bit in the back, and then these buildings are like a bit more in the back, and then we have these trees give it like that mountain view. Yeah, there are mountains in the back. So this has a lot of depth. Like we know that this is number 1, this is number 2, this is number 3, these buildings, and the background is number 4. So it is layering. We are layering each thing basically, as well as at the same time it feels a lot of 3D, which is why when you see like Iman Gadzi AI animations, like they add a lot of elements that make it have depth. Like they would make the character a bit more in front. The character feels 3D when he shoots the ball, whatever it is. Like it feels like it's more 3D rather than 2D. But then when you see other people, they do 2D, it's so bad. It's so bad because it has no depth at all. So we might even go over examples from animations and stuff that I might have done. And let's see if we find examples, because I'm pretty sure there are a lot of examples. Now this is another very good example. Now imagine if you put your finger in front of your eye and you're looking at your monitor. This is basically like it's blurring, you know, it's blurring. So we can apply the same concept to things in real life. Now I know that the focal point is somewhere towards here. And then look, this is like a depth indicator. It is a blurring tree. And then we have this that feels in the front. We have this that gives it the background view. You know, we have this that gives it another background view. And if we talk about layering, it's basically like, yeah, I can tell you this is number 1, and then this is number 2, this is number 3, this is number 4, and then this is number 5. This is also number 5, and then this is number 6. And the background, or the sunset, is number 7. This is number 7. So you can see there is a clear layering as well as the depth feeling. But when you see like a 2D image from some Iman Gadzi editor who did like a AI animation, it looks so bad. And I know this is an image, so obviously it has more depth than an animation. But in general, this is a very important concept, and it's easier in animation than in design. So the next time you animate, make sure your animation has more depth. We'll cover it. I'll show you guys. I'll literally open up After Effects and show you guys some examples. And then we have balance and space, which is very simple. And I think everyone has this built within them. Balance in design distributes elements evenly, so no area overpowers another, which is very important. Now let's look at this. Clearly over here, it looks like it's unbalanced by just us looking at this tree. But is it? It's not. Why? Because when we talk about the horizontal view, all right, if I'm comparing this horizontally, first thing, we have a lot of elements over here. It's like a bit overwhelming, whatever trees villages that make up for the tree's horizontal view. So this and this is getting balanced. And then on the upper side, we have like the second half of the tree, which you can see over here, there's a big sun, I think it's a sun or a moon, which also balances it out. Now this is very deep. Now the balance doesn't necessarily mean that, oh, I'm gonna have an image. That means if there is 3 elements over here, there's gonna be 3 elements over here. It does not mean this way. It can be balanced in many different ways and in many different psychologies, as well as like this, for example, like this. So it's a lot of ways balance can be done, which is very important for you to subconsciously get it and just see more designs with balance. If I just search up balance in design and let's see what we find, you can see there's a couple different ways of them showing us balance. But for example, this is very balanced. This is a nice balance. It's a horizontal balance. This is also a very nice balance. You can see like first thing we have this coming up over here, this coming up over here. This is balancing out for this. This middle part is basically balancing out for this middle part. So it's like the balance is really good, regardless of it like not literally balancing. Like you don't need to put elements exactly opposite to each other, but it looks so balanced. Especially over here, you see the fading over here, the way it is done like this. So this is a bit something that is subconscious, and it's like a more like a soft skill to learn when it comes to balance or this psychology, but it's not that hard. You can see over here as well, this is balancing out with this is balancing out with this. So it's yeah, pretty much there is balance over here. Again, if we see another example, now this is more of a literal balance. This is more easy to identify that yeah, it is balanced. We have this Joker over here whom is balanced, and we have the Batman over here which is balanced, and everything is like so well formatted as well. There's even hierarchy over here. You can see like I can clearly read the Dark Knight. Now this is a low quality image, so all I can read is the Dark Knight, but when we're talking about high quality image, I can clearly read the Dark Knight first before I have to read like this credits or whatever is over here. So yeah, and then we have space, which is a part of it as well, kind of. It refers to an empty areas around elements. It helps separate and organize content, making designs feel less cluttered and easier to read. So this is a very good example of space. Like my mind is at peace when I look at this, because it is so simple and it's so good and less overwhelming, and the space is very good. So you can see it is also balanced out properly. Like these places are balanced out properly. This is almost bigger than other elements, kinda bigger than this in some way. There is a bit of depth over here. Like yeah, these are level 1, and the depth over here gets a bit deeper, but yeah, we have like this on the level 3. But in general, this is, you can say, the fundamentals of focal point, which is very important. And then blurring, we couldn't find exact examples, but it makes sense. Like if we have an element in front, there will be blurring in the background, or as we saw over here, blurring in the foreground. So in this way. And let's go over some animations that I might have done that has depth and all of the concepts covered up. So let me just scroll through my video. Now, okay, when we get into the psychology of why you do a certain animation rather than it just being an animation, what is the actual core principle of why we are doing it? So that is what I want to show you, for example, guys, in the first literal first animation of the video. So over here, we just decrease the audio. So over here, as you guys can see, the real insights. Okay, so this is clearly very visible, real insights. We can see the brain as well, which is represented. So when we look at this animation, we get like, yeah, the focal point is the brain, but then at the same time, we're reading the real insights. And then look, now I want to shift the focal point to people subconsciously thinking about what is achieving success as an editor. So I do like close pan-ins into these. So this is part like of a focal point. This is a focal point now. This is officially the new focal point, because we also have like a leading direction. You can see an arrow, which is a leading direction. This is like blurry. You can see how this is blurry. So it's leading towards this. Exact same thing over here. You can see this is blurry. Okay. And there is a bit of depth because this feels bigger and this feels smaller. Client satisfaction, leading direction. and at a very fast pace, the viewer can interpret what's happening. And then over here, I don't really care if they don't see it anymore. Yeah, like in this few seconds, they really won't be able to circle around this. But the whole point is I wanted to summarize that these are the real insights. These are the real insights. So I shifted focal points. So when it comes to animations, yeah, there is a lot of focal points that are involved in an animation at the same time. And yeah, let's go over more stuff and see what I might have done. By the way, this is all subconscious. I literally did not think of the focal point the whole time I was editing. I swear to God, I haven't thought. It's all subconscious. Okay, so at this point, I don't even know if I did it. But yeah, over here, let's look at this. Look at how much depth this has. Like, it is 3D obviously, but yeah, like I made it pan around. We have the layer in the back. We have this as the very focal point. Some of the things over here in the background are blurry. Over here, the depth is less. So you can see in this part, the differentiation between the number and the key, the depth is less. So what I should have done is maybe decreased the dark or increased darkness on the background as well, a little bit, as well as made a bit more blur. But anyways, yeah. No one talks about when it comes so over here in the art of editing, not from a over here, yeah, like there's no exact focal point, but yeah, this is very clear. I mean, obviously we are looking over here, number one, there is a grid, there is also like a grid, Fibonacci, whatever. Let's look at more things. Yeah, all of this, everything, bro, everything has like its fairing. Okay, yeah, if we look at, for example, this scene, he is the focal point, Magnus Carlsen. The background is blurry. Okay, the background is blurry. Just move. Now we're talking about a pawn, right? You know, chess master, just move a pawn. The pawn, you can see clearly, like I can't see anything else other than the pawn, because there is a leading direction, which is the hand. First thing, the hand is a leading direction. The hand is catching the pawn, right? So it's a leading direction. We know that, yeah, we should look at what the hand is catching. And then we have like all of these images which are almost very big, so we can't even view them properly. Like, yeah, this is a contrast with scale. Like, this is a contrast with scale. When we talk about contrast scale, these are also big and this is small. And this comes back to this point when we talk about contrast with scale, basically, even regardless of it not being color. But you can see all of the chess pieces are very big, and then this one is a small piece, as well as there is a leading direction. So imagine it's like this. So everyone is focusing on this pawn. Everyone is focusing on this pawn. Over here, there is nothing much to focus because it's movement, but you get me, guys.
And then once the game ends, they don't know what they did. If that was the case, they wouldn't have been pressing.
So you get me. This is how it comes off so deeply, regardless of, yeah, like clearly stating out what the focal point is. It's like so subconscious. You get me, guys? It is very subconsciously done. Over here, like seeing beyond the vision and not just what you're doing. Everything is in the background. This has darkness. This has a lot of depth, by the way. Regardless of it like looking like a 2D animation, it has a lot of depth. And the feeling that I wanted it on this specific animation was no depth, but it does have depth. Over here, kind of look. Over here, I use the cursor as a focal point. Like, the cursor is my focal point. It is moving and it is like aiming. It is also a leading direction. So when I talk about an empty timeline, I zoom into the empty timeline. Okay, so everyone's looking at an empty timeline. No one's looking here. No one is looking here. This is just for like to have something around it, you know? No one is looking here because there is this empty timeline. There is this timeline that's moving, and then this is a bit blurred, and then there is a cursor that comes over here. So every single person is looking at the timeline. So it is a very important focal point. Exactly the same thing over here. Like, yeah, I move my thing, no content to preview. No one is looking over here, guys. Yeah, like this is subconscious that I can tell it's After Effects element, but everyone is looking at no content to preview. Everyone's looking at the cursor that's aiming on no content to preview. And then over here, you can see how I contrasted the ball. So the ball is red and everything else is black. So it is contrasting. It is the focus point and it is moving at the same time. There is also like a leading direction. There is a lot of things happening at the same time when it comes to like focal points and animations. But yeah, this is all done so subconsciously. It's crazy. Over here, like, yeah, I wanted to show both. I wanna show the number. I wanna show visionary ball. I wanna show that this is the third step. Everyone is reading everything over here. There's no exact focal point, but yeah, over here the keyframe, like I'm saying that I'm stuck, right? So the camera is moving with the keyframe, like no one's looking when this keyframe is moving. No one is looking on this top right corner, or no one's looking at stuck, the word stuck. Everyone's looking at the keyframe moving, but these are just like subconscious things that are happening in the brain that, yeah, it makes the design or whatever, the animation look 10x better. So I hope you guys understood what it is. Like every single animation has one of these points. Either it is very contrasting, so in my keyframe there was a huge contrast, there was a shape contrast, and there was a color contrast because my keyframe is red and my background is black, as well as there is like a movement contrast, there is leading lines. So there is a lot of things. I want to go over depth a bit more when it comes to animation, so I'm gonna open up After Effects real quick just to show you guys how to add depth to your scene. So initially I just created something really quick. You can see over here I just wrote hello, whatever. Let's write depth. No, I'm moving. Okay, slower. Whatever it is, you know, just random text. Okay. I'm gonna decrease the opacity just to give it a bit more depth. So this is layering. You can see that this is number 1. This is the most visible. Then we have this, which is like 51 opacity, and this is 25 opacity. Then we have the background. So the background, I created a grid just so we can see the movement of the background itself. And what I'm gonna do, okay, is pretty much take the depth to number 1, make the depth text number 1, make the hello text number 2, make the slower text number 3, and I'll make the background number 4. So I'll pre-compose the backgrounds. I'll just write up background. I'll add motion tile to the background just so it's infinite. Okay, 333, 333. And now what I will do is I will make everything 3D, and then I have this plugin called depth, right? So I'll show you how depth will come up right now, and it will be shocking. So if I go to this plugin and I make like layer spacing 500 and layer distance 500, and I click on disperse. Okay, let me select all of this. Actually, we don't gotta make it 3D yet. Now I do disperse, for example. So I'll give you guys this plugin, but see what happens, right? If I zoom in, I don't know if you guys are able to see, or like the depth text is moving first before everything. Why? Because you can see this is placed at 500, this is 1000, this is 1500, and this is 2000. So when I move the text, the depth moves slower than everything else. And this will be very significant if I just move the camera like this. Okay, you'll understand. There is a feeling of depth, right? Let me just do a camera movement like this. All right, you guys will see what will happen. It is kind of unnoticeable, but it's the best part about it all. So you can feel the depth. You can feel like this is in the front. You can feel like this is in the front. Literally, you can feel like this is in the front because this is moving a bit faster. And if you guys want to make it this very significant, like if I want to show you the clear difference between them, if I make this like 2000, you'll see what happens now. Now let me do disperse. Now you'll see it will be very, very visible. Look, see, the depth text is moving and the other text is moving very slowly. So now the depth is way too much. So you gotta find your equilibrium balance, whatever, equal balance, whatever it is called, to be honest. I'm not sure. But see, now it is way more noticeable. The depth is way more noticeable. So in order to do this, you need this depth plugin, which is free on Google. Just search up depth and you guys will find it. I think I wasn't on full screen this whole time. But anyways, now that I am in full screen, you guys can see what I was doing. Basically, I was using this depth plugin. Now I would select all of these. Yeah, I would select all of these and I would just click on disperse. I would click on disperse after I select all of these. So now like there would be a lot of depth. So usually I have this at 500, so the depth is unnoticeable. It doesn't mean that it has to be noticeable. It's just the fact that it has to look like it is happening. Something is happening and that there is depth, because depth is unnoticeable. So yeah, that was pretty much it for the video. I hope you guys understood what I mean by focal points. In the next video, we're going to go over the rule of thirds as well as grid and Fibonacci sequence. Not Fibonacci sequence, it's like a Fibonacci board. But it will be a short video. It will be a very short video. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out. Welcome guys to a new video from Editors League. So in this video we're gonna cover the first fundamental of audio, which is the voiceover itself. How can we enhance the voiceover and what are some things that we need to keep in mind when we are doing the voiceover. So it's gonna be a very short video, and yeah, with that being said, I think we're ready to dive in right into the video. As you guys can see over here right in front of you, what I'm gonna do is just wear my headphones just so I can listen to what we have. And pretty much, let's say you get a raw footage. You get a raw footage that is not chunked up, okay? What I do is I always optimize my audio before I cut it up. Why? Because then the audio remains consistent throughout the whole video. So this audio is already like edited. So what I'm gonna do is I'm kind of forced to bring up my already chunked up audio, which is this one. As you guys can see, this is all chunked up already, okay? The only difference is that you guys will do it before you do the cutout. Before you do the cut, you're supposed to adjust it. So yeah, let's hear the audio a little bit and see how it sounds. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor. Coming from now, the first thing that I did in this audio already is you can see my audio levels are very optimized. And how can I tell if they're optimized? Is by using the soundtrack over here. Okay, we have this panel. I'm not sure what it is called, but it's probably an audio panel. However, we can even see the audio levels over here, or audio clip mixer. If you don't see any three of these, then go to window and basically just go to like audio meter, click on audio meter. So we'll have like a audio meter, which should be this one. Now if I play the audio, okay, if I play the audio and basically I zoom into this, okay, this is my full audio panel. So let me share with you the real insight. You can see my average is -3, which is very good. We always want our average to be around below 0 by a little bit, okay? It should not hit 0 or above, because anything above 0 is basically red, okay? So if I play the audio again, you guys will be able to see that it is very consistent. Into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status and is now helping other editors to do the same. Now, to be honest, in this audio, I think it is loud. It is actually loud. But initially, let me go over how the default audio was, okay? So what I'm gonna do is literally just reset the settings to default before I even altered anything. So I'm gonna go over here and reset this. I believe I can reset it and reset this as well. So now my whole audio is reset. So if I play this, I think we need to play OBS on 0 decibels as well. So I'm gonna be quiet when I'm playing my audio. But pretty much if I play this now, you will realize that it is a bit lower audio than usual, but you won't realize it now because I just changed the OBS audio decibels. But basically, let's play it and let's see this as well. So let me share with you the real insight. Now this is very low in audio, okay? -12 is very low, like it is kind of inaudible. Even though it is audible, I think we need to optimize it. We need to have it more towards this side, okay? Where my cursor is, we need to have it more towards this side. So how do we do that? It is actually very simple. What I do usually is I press G on my keyboard and I do normalize all peaks to 0. So what happens is that now my audio peaks is all normalized to 0. But this, you can see it happens so accurately over here because this is very less chunked up video. But generally, if my video is longer, you can see like this, and I do normalize. If I press G on my keyboard and I do normalize all audio peaks to 0, it still happens. Now if I play the audio, let's listen. Now I know this pulls some, like you see, it is actually very good. The only thing is we don't want it to hit the border like this. We don't want it to hit the border. So what is the fix around that? Very simple. We'll cover it right now. But yeah, let's go step by step, all right? Let's go step by step. I will click on my audio level or on my audio by double tapping over here. Okay, so I can like even expand it. And then I'll press G on my keyboard and I'll do normalize all peaks to 0. Now that I did this, you can see it is a bit loud as well as it is kind of hitting the border. If I press G again, I can go to adjust gain by and make it -2. Something like -2. So now it will lie within this. Even if you have your current audio, you can basically judged by how much you have over here, how high it is, as well as what is your audio mixer level. So look at this now, let's play it. So let me share with you the real insights. So you can see the yellow line, basically it was between 0 and -6, and that is exactly what we want. We want it to be between 0 and -6. Now if I just go and do this for all of them by normalizing all peaks, okay, and then go and minus by like 3, now all of the peaks are perfect, you can see, into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1%. So it does not go below -6, neither does it go above 0. So this is the perfect audio level. It is very simple. Again, normalize the audio peaks to 0 and then just adjust the gain a bit lower by doing like literally minus and minus, and that will get adjusted. If you guys don't know how this works, by the way, basically there is gain, which is, let's call it audio level. If I do adjust gain by like -3 decibels, it is now -3 decibels. And usually if I do, for example, -20 decibels, you can see the audio level is very low and we won't be able to hear anything. Let's play it. We will, but it will be very low. Coming from someone who has achieved the top. So you saw that it was very less. Now I undid. This is what basically adjust gain means. Normalize max peak to, I don't really use it that much. Set gain to, I don't use it that much either. This is just used for like, yeah, statistics to see how much audio did we increase from the original. So I know that my original audio was like -13 decibels and now it is like 10 above to be -3 decibels averagely. So you can see the average is -3 decibels. Now that I have done this, pretty much I want to apply a preset, which is already in Editor's League. Now to redirect you guys to the preset, if I go over in Editor's Sauce, then Premiere Pro presets, there are some voice presets, okay? Once you do import them by literally just going to Effects and right clicking Import Presets, you will see them right over here. It says E, and then we have this one of them, which is Crazy Audio Preset. I believe that's what it should be named. Actually, this is what it will be called, which is Voiceover Enhance, Apply on Voice. Okay, this is the one that we want. So I will import it. I already have like I remember the settings and stuff, so I don't really use the preset, but yeah, let me import it. Yeah, it is named that as Crazy Audio Preset. And now if I do Control A to select all of the audios and I import this, let's hear the audio now. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone. So now you guys can see the difference immediately. If I literally just toggle all of this off, all right, and I play it, real insights into achieving success. The original audio is actually not bad, but usually I use this one. I like what we have over here because it makes your sound more crisp. So let's play it again. Let me share with you, there are some things you can sometimes turn off, which is, for example, I can turn off the real insights amplify, or I can turn off like single band compressor into achieving success as an editor, because I don't like how it gets a bit compressed. So if I put everything else and I, for example, turn off single band compressor, it is very good. Let me share with you. So pretty much if I duplicate the audio and in this one I delete all of the audio, and now we listen to the rough like normal track. So let me share with you, this is how it is. Now let's play the actual one. So let me share with you. So you guys saw the audio is way crispier right now. The audio is way crispier, and it is actually very simple to do. As you guys saw, we have just a couple of effects: parametric equalizer, amplify, hard limiter, de-esser, and yeah, we can adjust these settings sometimes, but usually I don't have to adjust them. Like I usually just turn off something and it just fixes my problem. So yeah, I think that was pretty much it for the voiceover. In the next tutorial, we're gonna jump on to the audio levels for music, and then we're gonna get into actual practicals for music and sound effect from my own editing that I did while I was doing sound effects and music for my VSL. So it is done like perfectly. Well, in the last video we went over adjusting the voiceover, which is the first fundamental of audio. And now in this video we're gonna cover the music and sound effect audio levels, and basically we're gonna understand how everything is sounded so perfectly in a single track instead of having overlapping audios. So I already have music that was done from the video that is upcoming. So because this video is supposed to be before it, I'm not gonna cover the music or sound effect process. I'm just gonna cover the audio levels. So here we are. Let me just import it. As you guys can see now, we have the music added on, the music and the sound effects. Okay, so now let's play the audio that we have. Okay, I'm gonna play it from here just so you guys can see how it is normally. So let's play the audio that we have. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to. So you guys can see my audio was barely audible, especially because we have this loud ass music. And before I get into fixing how to do that, and before I get into how to fix that, I want to tell you guys my workflow when it comes to sound effects and music. Usually what I do is I always have my voiceover on audio 1, okay, audio 1 track, and then I basically lock and I put like just an empty track, and then I have all of my music on like 2 tracks. Usually it just requires 2 tracks. So you can see I pushed the sound effects down, so it would be like, for example, these 2 tracks, and then I would leave another gap and I will do my sound effects on it. Sometimes I don't do it just out of like, yeah, I don't really need to, but I'm telling you this when I started off my journey and I had to stay organized with my sound effects, with my music and all of that. So this is very important. Basically I can lock this and I can lock this one, so you can see we have like a good separation between our sound effects and music. And then I would have like a lot of audio tracks for the sound effects, and I would just add all these sound effects. But yeah, pretty much this is our music layer. Okay, these two, A3 and A4, will be our music layer. And what I will do now is I'll play the audio and I'll tell you guys how to fix the audio levels in general. So let me play, for example, the video again, just so you guys hear how bad it is. 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. You can see the audio is extremely loud. I cannot even hear my voiceover, and even the sound effects over here were very loud. So the first thing we want to do when it comes to audio levels with music is I put this preset called simple parametric preset, apply on music. I literally put it as apply on music. Now if I search it up, I have it over here. Simple parametric best is what I named it for my own self, because now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna import this. Okay, so once I import this, let's hear what it sounds like now. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to. So you can see the audio is way more audible now, but it is still loud. Basically what happens is that imagine audio is coming from the middle, okay, and the music is coming from the middle. When we add simple parametric equalizer, what happens is that the music is coming like this from this side, the 2 sides, right side and the left side, and the audio is coming from the middle. So they separate frequencies, we call it frequencies. And basically now all of them is audible. The music and the voiceover is audible, but the music can't be too loud. The music can't be too loud. Either ways, it is distracting no matter how good the frequencies are. So just to show you guys a quick example, while I'm playing the voiceover, I'm gonna turn off simple parametric equalizer and turn it on just so you guys can tell the difference, okay? Let's play it. There are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing, but from a perspective of someone. So you can see the music is actually getting separated to the right and left side, and my voiceover is literally in the middle once it is turned on. Now once we do this, there is one more step that is remaining, which is a simple step. Usually I always do gain and then adjust gain or normalize all peaks to -10. So you can see the audio level went down. Now if I play it, let's see how it is. There are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a perspective of someone who's walked. Key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a So now you guys saw how much better this made it. Basically, when it was not normalized to -10, when it was normalized to 0, Yeah, as this is, it was very hard to hear. Let's play it. Perspective of someone who's walked. It is still not bad because there is simple parametric equalizer. I literally want you guys to hear this again because it is so important. Like, you guys don't understand what is the major difference of adding simple parametric equalizer. Let's add it again. Let's play it again. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery. So you guys saw the difference. It is huge. It is huge. Now when I literally go and I do -10 normalization, it is even better. In the art of editing, not from a pedestal but from a perspective of someone who's walked the path. So now my voiceover is perfect, okay, and my music has a perfect level. Sometimes when the music is like over here, if I extend this out, there will be some parts where it might be louder than the other. So over here you can see it is a bit louder. So what I do is I literally just like sometimes just cut it, and I would decrease this by like I'll normalize this to -13, or I would just adjust the gain by like -3 more, so it would be a bit less louder. But here's the thing, I was stuck, and I was stuck so badly. So yeah, that was pretty much it for the music level. Now let's do the exact same thing with sound effects, because it is a very similar thing with sound effects. So I'm gonna unmute the sound effects and I will mute the music just so we can play it. Now let's play it and let's see how it is. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor. So you can see this is very loud and very noticeable. Most of the times actually I put my sound effects with my music. Alright, so I will turn on my music because sound effects should blend in with the music. It should not be like a very big separation. So let's play it now just so we can see how we can adjust the audio levels, okay? Let me share with you the real insight. Look, this one, I feel like a bit of disruption when I'm listening to it, as well as the wave is going really high. So immediately I will press G on my keyboard and I will adjust the gain by like -5. Usually I adjust my sound effects to always be like -5. Sometimes if it's too loud, I would go -10. But let's listen to it now. The real so now it's blending in very well, especially because this is like a very good swoosh. It's blending in very well. So let's hear it. Look, this one is very, very loud. Like, it is so noticeable. I usually hate it when stuff is this noticeable. So I will do this like -10. Literally I will do -10. And let's play it now. Into achieving. Yeah, that is a bit less noticeable. I can even go lesser. I can do -5 more. Like I'll adjust the gain by -5 more. So it will be even lesser noticeable. Still insights into achieving. So you can see now it is like blending in. So that's what I like. Achieving success as an editor. This boom is so loud. This boom is crazy loud. You can see even the sound waves over here are very loud. So I will like maybe normalize it. First thing to be, you can just normalize as well. It's a matter of preference. For me, I can read the waves and tell how much it is. But for example, I can normalize my all peaks to -10 and it would be perfect. Let's play it. As an editor. So that was a bit loud. Usually I will decrease it a bit more. Now it is already less. I'll decrease it by -5 more. Adjust the gain by -5 more as an editor. Now that fits in very well. So let's play what we have just until here. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor. Perfect, that's amazing. Now let's move on to the next part, which had the sound effects already. Other editors to do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals. That sounds so bad, guys. So bad, extremely bad. First thing we have to do the same. Now there are this sound effect, which is the audio wave. So I will just do like normalize to -15 or normalize to -10. And then we have this one, which is like the chalkboard. Now there are, which is for this red one. And I preferably, like myself as a person, I hate the sound effect, right? So I will literally normalize this to be -25 decibels. -25 decibels. So it's gonna be almost unnoticeable. Now there are, that's still loud. Like the chalk sound effects is still loud in my opinion. So I will adjust the gain to be -10, even lesser by doing -10 more. Now there are 5. Now that is good. You guys heard it? Now there are. So it is very in the background. It's fit with the music, which is what I love. And then we have the counter sound effect, which is, as you guys can hear. Now there are For this one, I will just do like -5, so it is a bit more audible. Now there are now 5 key. The key sound effects comes out, which is the ethereal or magic. This is very loud, and I hate how loud it is. So I will go press G. Now I'll adjust the gain to be -20. Now let's listen to it. Now there are 5 key so you can see how much that fit, guys. You can see how much that fit. Usually I like to have my audio levels very fitting with what we have right now, and for it to not be something that is very distracting or like ear rape, literally. So let's play it again and see how much fitting it is. Editors to do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery. So you guys heard that. Basically we have these 2 waves, which is the exact same waves. If I select both of them, I'll just do -15, so we already know that's fine. And then we had another one, which was the board sound effect. So let's play that and hear it. Talks about when it comes to that's very loud. Like the board sound effect is very loud. Again, it should be fitting. So if I do like -8 maybe, something in the middle of 5 and 10, it would be better. Let's listen to it. It is still a bit loud. I'll do -5 more. When it comes to it, that's better. That's way more fitting. So let's play the whole part again. Other editors to do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a perfect. Now sometimes what I would do is I would add the reverb on my current audio. And the reverb, to be honest guys, if you are watching this just to learn and you're new to sound effects and you kind of are lost with what I'm doing, I would not suggest you to start going into reverb and all of this. It is honestly unnecessary, only until like you go to a certain level. But yeah, if I like add surround reverb, the real or studio reverb, for example, with you, the real, basically it just creates a bit more ambience and stuff like that. But I would definitely not suggest you guys get into something like reverb now. Now focus on the fundamentals, focus on getting things right. And then once you master that, you can get into the next level, which is reverb and all of that. But yeah, now we have the perfect music levels and we have the perfect sound effects levels. Now helping other editors to do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. So if you guys want to see what I did over here, like in the other parts as well, I do have the raw video. So let's play it and see what we have over here. That brings you either closer to the checkmate or defeat. You know. So you can see over here, I wanted something a bit louder, so I went for something a bit louder, which is like you can hear the audio noticeably, which is boom or defeat. You know how chess players review each and every single move they did on the board? In the same, you can see over here, like when this thing drops, there is a bit of reverb, but I don't need you guys to do this. And the next tutorial, it's very important that I might have added reverb and stuff like that, but this does not mean that you're gonna follow my reverb. Pretty much why I added is I'm showing you guys like the exact behind the scenes of me doing all of this, which is why I added reverb, because I actually care. And I did it because I actually care, because this video was getting uploaded, you get me? So I did the best job I could, which is why I even screen recorded it, just so you guys can see my best job. But yeah, you can see, for example, over here we have like a reverb, which is you can feel the ambience on the board. In the same way, you must revisit every single edit. Where did this? So you guys saw basically I did like an even elimination sound, which is on each chess piece. So let's listen to it again. Same way, you must revisit every single edit. So you can see it's very blending in, guys. It's like it's not too loud, it's not too low. It is the perfect audio level. Let's play it over here as well and let's see what we have. From what they do and just move on here. Don't just move upon and move this and move that, and then once the game ends, they don't know what they did. If that was the case, they wouldn't have been chess masters in the first place. Now, why did I say chess? Now, that is very good, because if you guys hear move, it feels like it's actually happening, but it's not. This is all external. If I play the audio for you guys, just check it out. See? It's actually external audio, all of it. This is also external. This is also external. So it's literally all external audio, but it feels like it is from the video itself, or it is like real life. Just move upon and move this. Even this sound effect. It feels like we actually did it, but no, we did not. It's all sound effects. Move upon and move this and move that. And then once the game ends, they don't know. and even the chest. Basically, that is a bit more advanced sound effects. You don't want to get too deep into it, but if I play it, guys can hear.
looks like a decision has been made.
So you guys heard that it says C3 to D5. Looks like a decision has been made. I added it in the background where it's extremely blending in. Let's play it, listen to it. That, and then once the game ends, they don't know what they did. If that was the case, they wouldn't have been chess masters in the first place. Now, why did... So yeah, that was pretty much it for the fundamentals of sound effects for the voiceover, music, and the sound effects itself. And in the next video, you guys are gonna see my exact process of finding the music and everything. So yeah, that's gonna be exciting. And with that being said, I think we're done with the video. I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out. Yo, what is up guys? Welcome to the video where we actually sound design. Now in this video, I'm going to actually be doing the practical and my best effort, because I'm doing it on my own video that's going to be posted on YouTube. So you know, I'm not just fucking around or whatever. Anyways, I'm gonna be doing it, let's say, for the quarter of the video, just so we don't spend like 3 hours doing sound design, because sound design at some point it is literally just automated. Like once you do, let's say, the first 3-4 minutes, you can just reuse all these sounds, but at the same time the music and stuff changes, and you try not to reuse in a way where it is too recognizable. But yeah, the point is you don't really reuse, but you get like a core understanding and whatever, so you go into the flow of it. And then after it, the rest of the video really is just dependent on that. So we're gonna dive in right into Premiere Pro. What I usually do is I render my video first and then I do the sound design, because it just helps me play the audio and everything better rather than it lagging. But so yeah, I did do a render overnight, but there was revisions. And actually, just a side point, I give myself revisions. I open up like a notepad and I give revisions to myself. So that is the part of it. You don't let your client control you, you control yourself. And then obviously if you do any things, maybe preferably towards the stage side and stuff, the client might have some revisions, but in general your video should have no. So yeah, let's get right into it. So usually what I do is I kind of start with the music, so then my sound design is like way more adjusted or based towards the music and the vibe that I'm going for. So first thing I do to decide the sound design is I literally just play the audio and I look at the vibe, and based on the vibe I open up Artlist, and once I do open up Artlist, there is where the cooking starts. So yeah, let's just play the audio. I'm just mute it out just so I can play peacefully. Let me share with you guys the audio as well, by the way. There will be problem in the sounds that you hear, because as you can see over here, I don't want to make this full, otherwise it'll be hard listening to me. So I'll have this on like -10, and then you could increase the audio from your side, okay? So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status and is now helping other editors to do the same. Now, there are 5 key fundamentals that no one... Okay, it's more like the cinematic, electronic, serious, but not so serious vibe. It's not like we're gonna go for this dramatic vibe, but at the same time, we're gonna go for something towards that tone. So usually what I do is sometimes when I think there's 2 different types of audios that are gonna work, I download both of them and I try both of them. And then after I hear the overlay, I immediately recognize which one is better. So all the sound effects and everything I will do from Artlist, as well as some from my library folder. Unfortunately, I cannot give away anything that I use inside of things like Artlist or Epidemic Sounds, because firstly, it's gonna be like leaking. And secondly, I do not have the permission to, and thirdly, I'm not even sponsored or like affiliate or anything by them. So I will break down the process of me finding 1 or 2 or 3 music, and then after it's gonna be more automated, and we're gonna work more on the fundamental side, as in audio levels and stuff, and understanding the situation and using good sound design. So yeah, so I am in Artlist right now. And pretty much what I'll do is go to the music section, and once I am in the music section, I will find music. So you can see I don't really, let's say I don't really use this front tab, but sometimes they actually put really good music. And if you see over here, it shows like I have downloaded some of them in the past, but I can see some topics that I do like when it comes to the type of music. So the type of music is basically the most important thing that you need to find out, or you need to know, is that what are you going to use? Cinematic, electronic, whatever it is, you get me? So it is just like understanding that what is going to work with your current video or the current edit that you're doing. So I'm just gonna listen to this. Now look, that is good, but that is way too much. Like, I feel like it's too much. And if we just try it out, let me just try it out. Playing with light. It won't fit the vibe, not exactly, because I'm going for more cinematic, dramatic, but chill, you know? You get me? So if we just listen to this. So, let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top. Actually, it's not that bad at all. I mean, obviously, I do know the audio levels are fucked, but I'm not focusing on the audio levels right now. I'm just focusing on what works. But actually, I do like this because it gives happy vibes. So I'll just keep this as a backup. So that's what I'm saying, you know. If you try it out, you'll always know better until you get like very intuitive with it. So yeah, let's just keep finding more. So I'm gonna put in a couple of keywords. So I think cinematic would look good. Cinematic obviously is a good start. And now we have a couple other things, options over here that we can pick from. So you see cinematic, corporate, hip hop, classical, whatever. I think we wanna go for, maybe we wanna go for electronic. So let's see what that gives us. Nah, that's not. Look, this is good, but obviously doesn't fit the vibe as of now. Like, at least for the intro itself. Look, I like this song, and I know that I might be using it later during the video, kinda. So I will just download it. Okay. Once I do download it, let me just put it like an SFX folder, just so I know where my stuff is, right? I'll put it over here. I think I'm not looking for electronic for the first part. Maybe ambient. Let me search up ambient. So ambient is very good, by the way. I love ambience, like my favorite type of thing. Now look, that is way too sad. I'm not obviously not going for a sad vibe. I like this. This is also too dramatic. That's the thing. It's like all sad stuff, which I'm not looking for. So this is mad. I love this. I love this, and I know we will be able to use it later on, so I'm gonna download this as well. This is like all the starting part, is that starting takes time, and you just gotta warm up through it. You gotta get your brain to adjust back on the project that you're working on. Oh, definitely bad. I love this. I love this as well. See, I already have it downloaded, so I'm just gonna open up my listery. What is it called? Above the Clouds. Here we go. This is also very good. So I put up a couple other keywords, which is cinematic, ambient, dramatic, and chill, which is like basically how I described it to you guys in the starting. So let's see what we get here. Oh, this is amazing. I don't know if we can use this in the intro, but I do feel like a bit of a vibe that we can put in the intro. By the way, what I'm gonna do just for you guys, I kind of know what I'm going for right now, but I want you guys as beginners, because I know how it feels. I know how it feels to be using shit sound effects, and your taste really has to improve. But my taste is really good, you know, when it comes to music. I know that my taste is good, so I can kind of depend on my taste. But you have to go for like what works with the vibe. Who are your viewers? What are they feeling at the current moment? You have to see their emotion in the current moment. You have to feel it. You have to understand that, okay, what place am I coming out from? So obviously when I start the video and I say like 5 key principles to become a successful editor, it basically is like someone who wants to become a successful editor. So it should sound motivational, at the same time ambient, cinematic, and all of this vibe. It won't be rock and funny and whatever, you get me? It's like we're hitting the emotional side of them, which is why I know what are we going for, but I'm just downloading everything that I can, so that even for the rest of the video I can just depend on what I have downloaded. So let's get back to playing. I like this, loaded it, this is amazing as well. So I think we're off to a very good start. I believe I imported everything over here. Let's see, in case I didn't. Maybe some things I didn't. Maybe some things I actually did not. Not some things, I did not import anything. Okay, so I have literally 8 songs over here. So which one is this? This is playing with light. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna import like 3 of them, 3 of what I think will work, and then I will see how it goes. Until here we're gonna use 1 song, right? Until here we're gonna use 1 song only, and then we're gonna change up the tones when an animation comes and stuff. But yeah, in general, yeah, we're off to a solid start. We have the music, our audio levels are adjusted, and let's see what we can do from here. I'm just gonna play audios. First thing, I want to try this. We are all levitating. I want to see if this vibe will hit or not. Okay, so I'm just gonna check. I'm gonna put like the audio on this track, which is gonna be audio track 3, and I actually want to check if this is gonna work. I don't think it will, but let's see. And I'll just do -10 so we can hear it properly. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status and is now helping other editors to do the same. Now there are 5. You can see this is good, but it kind of does not fit. So I'm gonna mute it and I'm gonna add other music. So I'm gonna keep this like as a potential. Okay, I don't want to use this. It's a bit too very happy, so I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm like, not get rid of that, but I'm not gonna use that for the intro. I definitely don't want to use this either. I don't know if this will work. Let's see, let's check it out. Why not? Let's check it out. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status and is now helping other editors to do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving status and is now helping other editors to do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when... Okay, this is actually, this is what I'm saying. I'm trying different music and kinda they're working, but I want to really go for the best one, because see, I don't want you to do the process that I'm doing right now, because it's actually not that deep. But I'm just doing this literally for the sake of you guys, so we can understand what would be the best. This is definitely not suitable. It's way too dramatic, so I'm gonna not use that. I think this one might be potential. So what I do usually is I try to find the main part of the video where I can use like the main sound beat and stuff, just so it happens to be fit. So let me just, look, this does not have it, and I want like a main beat. This does not have it, so we can definitely not use that one for the intro. Look, over here we kind of have a main beat, you get me, or like a part where the music changes. I can, for example, sync it up over here, and let me import this. I'm just importing it, and I'm gonna basically sync it to when I come over here, when I say 5 key principles. Other editors to do the same. Now, at this part, this is basically where the high rise is gonna be. So yeah, I put the music, and let's try this out as well. Now there are 5. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status and is now helping other editors to do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a perspective of someone who's walked the path, faced challenges, and discovered truly what makes the difference. Nice. So we have this. Let's try one last definitely. I like this. I like the fact that it doesn't have that high of a rise, as well as at the same time it's a very nice music. Like, I like this taste, you know, which is dun dun dun, which is the deep kind of feeling. But anyways, let's play this. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status and is now helping other editors to do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a perspective of someone. I think I like this the most, and I literally said it when I had Artlist open. I said this is what I liked the most. Okay, so we have literally 4 options over here, and I'm gonna add on the 5th option. Now I know what I wanna pick, but I wanna see like, this is how you pretty much understand how to add music. And you can see I put beats, I put like the part where I kind of see the starting of it, and I put it as a beat. So now let's listen to each one of them one by one, okay? One by one. So we have the first one, let me just do -10, normalize. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1. Okay, I need to push this over here because it starts really fast. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status and is now helping other editors to do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a perspective of someone who's walked the path, faced challenges, and discovered truly what makes the difference. I love this because we can fade it out to play another music, you get me? It doesn't have to be that sudden. So I love this. I'll definitely keep it as a choice of option. So let's try the other ones now. Helping other editors to do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a perspective. Not from a pedestal, but from a perspective of some. I think I like the one above them more, so I'm just gonna end up deleting this, even though it's fire. So let's try the second one. Do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a perspective of someone who's walked the path, faced challenges, and discovered truly what makes the difference. The first principle you need to know is, I like this, but I think I like the one above more. I definitely feel like this is a very motivating sound to be honest. I mean, actually that might make me go with that. Hold on. Now there are 5 key fundamentals. So this is more emotional, and that is more, let's say, this is more emotional, like it hits your heart, and that one is more towards, yeah, like the fan, or I don't even know how to describe. Fuck, bro. That one is more like the hyping side. Yeah, like fuck it, let's go, you know, kind of more masculine. But let's play it one last time. Now there are 5 key. Okay, let me try this. To do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving this is like the criminal vibe, and I love this. Mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a perspective. So let me share with you the real, I am debating whether the first one is best or this one. Insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1 to do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a perspective of. I love the first one because it's just like so hard hitting. I love the fact that it's so emotional. To do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a perspective of someone who's walked. Okay, so I think I have the challenge between these two, which was the first one and the last one. So I loved the first one. And I was kind of debating whether I should put it or no. And the last one, it was my initial choice from art list. So I'm gonna decide between these two right now, and I'm just gonna play like the first 30 seconds in order to understand like what actually is good. So let me play the first one first. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status and is now helping other editors to do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a perspective of someone who's walked the path, faced challenges, and discovered truly what makes the difference. The first one is more nature vibe. I think I want to go for the second one. Let's play this. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status and is now helping other editors to do the same. Now, there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a perspective. One thing I love about the first one is that it fits with the first overlay. So let's play it. Share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status and is now helping other editors to do the same. Now, there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about. We are all levitating like balloons, free radicals. So you can definitely see the difference. I think I'm gonna go for the second one, and it is purely because I like the second one because it is going more for the vibe, but the first one felt a bit more motivational. But I think the second one is what I like more. So you can see this took us some while to get to the first SFX, and literally now I know what I want to do for the rest of the video. So now what I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna check actually where are the best waves for this music. But let's see. I love this part where it's like ding. I love it a lot. So if I just zoom in here, and if we can see, we can do any type of combination. So I have this, and what I'm gonna do is actually I'll duplicate, right? I'll duplicate, and I have like 2 versions of it. In the first version, I'm kind of pissed that there is no like fitting with the first overlay, which is this one. Let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1. Let's see if we can do some kind of integration, to be honest. So over here, if I have the original audio, okay, it plays like this. So I'm gonna have to decrease the audio for this one. First thing, let's normalize all of them to 0, alright? And now what I'm gonna do is I'll do minus, and then I'll add the preset called simple parametric equalizer. So once I do add that, it is literally these are the settings that you have to follow. So it separates the frequency from the actual sound. So the sound is popping more, and the music is not annoying. So let's play this. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from. So I can put this at a very low volume, as well as I can separate it more from the center. First thing, I will do the boost like -24, and then what I will do is aim for a different center, which is gonna be something like 2200. The real insights into it. So you can see it's not annoying right now. With you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from. So what I'm gonna do, I love the fact how I combine this, because it's also on a different frequency. So I will decrease the sound a bit more, gonna make it -5, and along with it being -5, I'm gonna do Shift D, so we have this constant power happening, and it's gonna start going down early, just before the main beat comes up. So there is like a 2-phase of this music. Let's listen to it. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status and is now helping. No, we have a problem, is that the fact that the electronic vibe is going and it's suddenly going, it's bad. So we can extend this out by a lot, okay? And then this one will just take over. So listen to it. As an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status and is now helping other editors to do the same. Now there are 5 key Look, this one is taking over. Once this takes over, what I can do is I can literally just immediately go for the down. Immediately take it down. So over here, like, it's gone. Editors to do the same. Now there are 5. Perfect, I love this. So let's just play it again and listen to what we have. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status and is now helping other editors to do the same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a perspective of someone who's walked the path, faced challenges, and I think we want to make this -14 so it doesn't cut out that much. Covered truly, and we want to increase the gain by like 4, 3. I want it to be a bit high, to be honest. What makes the difference? Okay, I'll make this back to -18. What makes the difference? The first principle you need to know is editing is a game of chess. Picture yourself seated at a grand chessboard. Each editing decision, every cut. Okay, so it will pretty much stop over here. The audio, it will stop over here. And we want to bring up the second music, which is going to be editing is a game of chess. So it's like, I don't know what chess vibes are, but if I would just search up, if I go to ChatGPT as like a fellow friend, and I say, what are good chess playing cinematic moods and vibes and genres? So it's going to give me a couple of options. It's basically going to be, yeah, see what the fuck they gave me, which is like a psychological thriller. So yeah, it is tense and strategic. That's what we want to focus on, because it's like a game you're playing, right? So if I just open up Artlist now and I search up for, let me just refresh so we can take away all the filters. Oh, never mind, they did not go away. So I'm just gonna search up psychological thriller and let's see what we find. These are way too serious, and considering I kind of use something similar, let's listen to it a bit more just so I can understand. Let's listen to it. The first principle you need to know is editing is a game of chess. Picture yourself seated at a grand chessboard. Each editing decision, every cut, every animation, every graphic is a move that brings you either closer to the checkmate or defeat. You know how chess players review each and every single move they did on the board? In the same way, you must revisit every single edit. Where did the scene fall off? Could the design in the scene... I got it, and it's actually very similar to what ChatGPT gave us. Let's try film noir as well, because I'm curious. So let's see what film noir will give us. Orchestral. I think this is gonna be an interesting one. Let's see. I love this fog. I found this song very amazing. So I found 3 great music. You guys already know the process. In this video, I'm trying not to go too much over like the how to, you know, normalize audio levels and stuff. I know I'm being a bit fast-paced, as in I'm not giving you guys each and every single piece of information because we did go over it in the last video. So yeah, I found 3 amazing musics. Which first one of them is the fog music. So let me just add this. So I added all 3 of them. By the way, this is the last scene where I'll be doing music, and then I'll get back to you guys once I do the sound effects, because obviously we have enough overlays to cover up for the sound effects. So yeah, let me just try all 3 of these audios, right? First thing, I'm gonna try the first one. The first principle you need to know is editing is a game of chess. Picture yourself seated at a grand chessboard. Each editing decision, every cut, every animation, every graphic is a move that brings you either closer to the checkmate or defeat. You know how chess players review each... I like this. But I think we need a better beat to start with. So I'm trying to figure out where can I like introduce the mixing as well, because this is something we do a lot, by the way. I like this part, and I think we can integrate this part definitely later on when I go deeper into chess. But anyways, let's try the other audios. Every single move they did on the board. In the same way, you must revisit every single... Truly, what makes the difference? The first principle you need to know is editing is a game of chess. Picture yourself seated at a grand chessboard. Each editing decision, every cut, every animation, every graphic is a move that brings you either closer to the... I like this as well. Let's try the second one. Checkmate or defeat. First principle you need to know is editing is a game of chess. Oh, this definitely does not work. I think we're gonna go for the first one. All right. So yeah, that it was easy for this first one. It's easy, obviously, because you're warmed up. You know what type of music and everything you want to go for. And I have like a bunch of options over here, which are really good. So I'm gonna branch out between them as well. So yeah, let's try to mix these parts and see what we can do. Truly, what makes the difference? The first principle you need to know is editing is a game of chess. Okay. When I say editing is a game of chess, here's basically where we need to do the switch. Now I'll do a slight increase. First thing, I'll do minus like 8, for example, and then I'll do the same parametric equalizer preset that we had. Editing is a game of chess. Picture yourself seated at a grand chessboard. Each editing this... So over here you can see the audio waves go higher, So what I'm gonna do is at this part, I'll keep it high, and then once this part comes, it will go low. Every cut. And for this, I'll do a good fade out. Just make sure we don't have it in the starting. I'll do a good fade out over here, which is gonna be almost unnoticeable. What makes the difference? The first principle you need to know is editing is a game of chess. Picture yourself seated at a grand chessboard. Each editing decision, every cut, every animation, every graphic is a move that brings you either closer to the checkmate or defeat. You know how chess players review each and every single move they did on the board? In the same way, you must revisit every single edit. Where did the scene fall off? Could the design in the scene be better? What's that one thing that you procrastinated to do and it could have made a major impact? And that way, you analyze the areas of improvement. Unlike the others who just edit a project, not reflect on what they do, and just move on. And as you know, chess masters, over here, just to tone up the vibe, because we're going like chess masters, we're going for something that's very major, I can definitely have like a skip. I can make this come up earlier. So just to let you know what it sounds like, the most serious parts. Don't just move upon and move. Let's listen to this. Testing audio. Hello. If I just listen to this a bit more deeply, okay, let's listen to the audio waves. You can see over here, this gives that deep vibe, which I love. Actually starts over here, so I do know like where to put it, at least where to place it. So it will be placed, for example, around over here when Magnus Carlsen comes up. And what I'll do is I'll do like a fade out between the both. So basically the change is unnoticeable almost. Only thing is the audio levels have to be the exact same, so we gotta be careful of that. Let me cut this just so it doesn't come up way too early, and I'll cut this over here. What I'll do is a simple fade out, and for this one I'll make it come from 0, and once this one is up almost, this one should be this down like this. So you can see it equalizes if you just focus on what I'm doing, and then it goes 0 by time. So let's listen to it. Not reflect on what they do and just move on. And as you know, chess masters don't just move upon and move this and move that, and then once the game ends, they don't know what they did. If that was the case, they wouldn't have been chess masters in the first place. Now, why did I see these small details make a lot of difference? So I did realize something is that this should come up a bit earlier. Not reflect on what they do and just move on. And as you know, chess masters don't just, at this part, when I say chess masters, I definitely want it to go higher. I want it to go higher, so it would go, let's say, to 4 decibels. So chess masters don't just move like this. And as you know, chess masters don't just move upon and move this and move that, and then once the game ends, they don't know what they did. If that was the case, they wouldn't have been chess masters in the first place. Now, why did I say chess? Because it's very similar to editing. The more you do, so you can see over here, very nice feeling. You can already feel the aesthetics that we have. Fucking amazing, guys. So I'm gonna end the video in the next 5-6 minutes, but let's end at least this song. But I hope you guys got like the principle of it, the thought process and everything. I know it's a bit overwhelming, guys, but this is the practical part of it. You get me? This is how you get to master sound effects. But anyways, let's play it. In the first place. Now, why? You can see when the chess part calms down, I'll calm down the audio as well. So everything fits. My sound fits, what I'm showing fits, the B-rolls, everything fits. It's very important. Been chess masters in the first place. Now, we have to make it unnoticeable. Chess masters in the first place. Now, why did I say chess? Because it's very similar to editing. The more you do, the better you become. And at the same time, the more you analyze and insert feedback loops, the better you become. And this applies to everything. Whether it is chess, whether it is trading, whether it is gaming, this is truly the only way you can become a master, by seeing beyond the vision and not just restricted to what you are doing, especially if you want to do it fast. So yeah, to summarize it, it's literally a matter of do and analyze. And that way, improvement turns into passion. Over here, we can start fading in the new music. Truly the only way you can become a master. I wanna have like a beat or something that's gonna be noticeable and that's gonna be good for the overlay. So let's see if I can do this by seeing beyond the vision and not just restrict. You can see what I did. I skipped like a few parts. Okay, hold on, let me just play it. Seeing beyond the vision and not just seeing beyond the vision. Focus on this. Look at what happens. there's like a tone, no, the tone changes, which is what I want to put for the overlay. Listen, it basically starts over here. So if it starts over here, what I can do is I can literally just jump this, okay, because they're very similar. I can just do like a quick fade, which is not gonna be that serious. So they're literally gonna odd each other out. So this one starts coming up and this one will start going down at this point, like this. Master by seeing beyond the vision. So that was not noticeable at all. Look, you can become a master by seeing beyond the vision. So the tone changed immediately on the overlay, which is amazing. And you'll see the top editors, they always do this. It's just that it's all done subconsciously, you guys don't even realize, and not just restricted to what you are doing, especially if you want to do it fast. So yeah, to summarize it, it's literally a matter of do and analyze, and that way improvement turns into passion, which leaves us to our second point, preparation. Have you ever sat down and you just stared at your project for 2-3 hours? Okay, perfect. So you heard, guys, the next part is gonna be more towards like the sad cinematic, and I definitely have options from here, but you get me. It's like staring at the project, it's a bit sad, it's a bit emotional, whatever it is, but you guys get me. So I'll be back to you guys in the next video where we do the sound effects. So this one was more towards the music and understanding how to use music, the simple parametric equalizer, and the fading and the fade out, as well as choosing the best parts of the music and choosing the music itself. So yeah, I'll see you guys in the next part. See you. Welcome to the part 2 sound effect music video. In this video, we're gonna be doing the sound effects, which is a continuation from the last video, which was about music. So yeah, I think with that, we're ready to dive right in. As you guys can see, we're already on Premiere Pro, and I want to let you guys know what was the output with the music. And one thing I did is I kind of pre-rendered until this part, so we're gonna be doing sound effects until here. There's a good amount of overlays, as you guys can see, a very good amount of overlays, so we'll be able to put a lot of sound effects. The aim is to not spam so many sound effects. The aim is to have it clean and to use the right things at the right time and to maintain the cinematic feel. So yeah, I think with that we're ready to dive in. So let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status and is now helping other editors to do the same. Now, there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a perspective of someone who's walked the path, faced challenges, and discovered truly what makes the difference. The first principle you need to know is editing is a game of chess. Picture yourself seated at a grand chessboard. Each editing decision, every cut, every animation, every graphic is a move that brings you either closer to the checkmate or defeat. You know how chess players review each and every single move they did on the board? In the same way, you must revisit every single edit. Where did the scene fall off? Could the design in the scene be better? What's that one thing that you procrastinated to do and it could have made a major impact? And that way, you analyze the areas of improvement. Unlike the others who just edit a project, not reflect on what they do, and just move on. And as you know, chess masters don't just move a pawn and move this and move that, and then once the game ends, they don't know what they did. If that was the case, they wouldn't have been chess masters in the first place. Now, why did I say chess? Because it's very similar to editing. The more you do, the better you become, and at the same time, the more you analyze and insert feedback loops, the better you become. And this applies to everything, whether it is chess, whether it is trading, whether it is gaming. This is truly the only way you can become a master, by seeing beyond the vision and not just restricted to what you are doing, especially if you want to do it fast. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make another folder over here, and I'll name it effect. Okay, and then we enter here, and I'll be importing everything we need in here. So pretty much sound effects is very intuitive for me. Like, there's no this formula that I follow. I just know what works. I think that is for most people who do sound effects. So it's just a matter of, you know when to use a whoosh, you know when to use a click, and you know when to use a, I don't know, a chalkboard or a baby oil sound effects, whatever it is. Anyways, yeah, let's just dive deep. Share with you. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna decrease the audio a bit, just so it's more not eerie. The real insights into achieving success as an editor. Interesting. The real insight. So I would say one of the most important part is first thing, along with you recognizing what kind of sound effects, as well as you do the exact same deep dive that I did for the sound effects. So I'm gonna break down some of the process while I'm doing it. Obviously, just open up art list. So here I have art list. I'll just go to sound effects, and I think there's a lot of sound effects. I'm not sure how I can describe the sound effects that I want for this part. The real insights, which is for the circle. I want it to be like something like that. I don't know, this sounds a bit weird, but I think we'll need a bit of help from ChatGPT to describe the kind of feeling that I want for music. I use ChatGPT a lot. And then obviously there is like a basic. So if I import, for example, a slow swoosh, I have a slow swoosh, which is in the sound effects pack, I believe. For example, if I play this one is bad, and then I have this one which I love. I love this one, it's amazing. So let me play this one. Let me put it over here. The real so you can hear what there is. If I just solo track it, you can even sync it up. Perfect. You just have to make sure it blends in well with the music. The real insights. And I want to find the sound effects for this part. So I'm just gonna open up ChatGPT. You know what I'm kind of imagining? It's like, imagine this gate opening, or like a Doctor Strange type of gate opening. So I wrote this. I think it might be magic, ethereal. Interesting. Let's see. Let's search up ethereal and see if we find anything. I don't even know what ethereal means. I think I like this, but it's too much. It's too much. This one is interesting. This is actually close to what I'm looking for somehow, but it's not quite that. We can adjust, by the way, the sound effects. Sometimes you just need to understand the sound effects don't need to be exact. But I'm gonna look at similar ones and let me see what I get. Ooh, I like this. I like this. Okay. Let's put this in and see how it sounds. So guys, it is all based off of intuitiveness. It's like I felt like a magic gate opening because I'm talking about real insights, so it's ching, whatever it is. So let me put this. By the way, I usually lock all the soundtracks above, so in case like I don't fucking mess it up. I don't mess up anything above. So the real insights. So this comes up, and I'm gonna double tap here, and I will put this arrow and just sync up the arrow. And what I'll do is I'll put an adjust gain by like -6 by pressing G and then pretty much putting that up. So okay, I like that, but it's too loud. I'll just decrease it by 10 more. I still like it. What I will do is I will add the studio reverb effect, okay? So in order to add this, how do you do it? First thing, you're gonna duplicate, and then I will do -10 or -100, whatever, like I just want to mute it. And then I will do nest, and once I do nest, I will add the studio reverb effect, which is basically studio reverb, and then you go and edit and you just make the decay 100. So listen to the difference now, okay? I'll put it as solo track. Listen to it. You can see there is a fade, and if I turn it off, listen to it now. So it creates like this decay effect, which I like. Another thing is we want to increase the room size, okay? So along with the room size, there is a bit other adjustments we can do, which is like if I dry it out a bit. So I will do less of wet and a bit more dry out. Yep. So I think we have good result here. Let's play it. In real insights into achieving success. The real insights, it has to be synced obviously along with the circles opening. Into achieving success as an editor. Coming from the real insights into achieving success. Insights into achieving insights. I still don't like it for some reason. Anyways, so I will add a constant gain by doing Shift D over here. Decrease this. Insights into achieving success as an, and over here we want to do a little impact, which is like boom, because there is a sudden cut, see, as an editor. So this sudden cut, sometimes I cover it up with boom, sometimes I don't. So if I go to impact, I'll look at impact. I have a lot of impact. I like this, I love this. So the beat is exactly over here. I would say we started like I don't want it that much depth, it's a bit too much. But anyways, now if I import it, it's gonna be synced exactly like this. And I will do Shift D, which is gonna add constant gain. And then I will decrease the audio by -7 I think, -7. I wanna decrease it a bit more, why not? So yeah, as an editor, I think I want to make, I love it, but still I don't want to make it that noticeable. Success as an editor, coming from someone. Okay, success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status. So see, very simple, not over spam, very clean. So let's listen to the whole overlay now again. Let me share with you the real insights into achieving success as an editor, coming from someone who has achieved the top 1% status and is now helping other editors to do the same. Now there are 5. Okay, here almost a similar thing, which is gonna be a swoosh. So I'm gonna reuse the slow swoosh again, okay, because it's kind of needed. Now there are 5. Now there, you can see this effect. It's basically like a chalk if you're writing on a board. So I'm gonna write up chalk and let's see what I find. Let's see how this sounds. I like this, definitely usable, but I don't want it to be that much. I want it to have very less depth, very less. -3. Now there are 5. Look, that is way too loud. I literally hate the sound effects, but I know sometimes it looks good. Now there are 5. I still don't like how loud it is, genuinely. So I'll decrease it by -5. It's literally inaudible, but still. Now there are 5 key fundamentals. Same. Now there are 5 key. Now there are 5. Look over here, I can use the sound or shine sound effect. Why? Because we have this key. Look, I'm trying not to spam, but I get hooked sometimes. But anyways, if I search up ethereal now, let's see if we find anything. Ethereal. This is amazing. It's just way too long. I sometimes hate long sound effects. But anyways, if I literally just cut it over here, cut it like over here, and then I add this without really having to mark, and then I do -30. Okay. 5 key fundamentals. So you can see it's pretty much in the background. So it's very hard to even hear. I'll add a studio reverb without really adjusting anything. I'll see it's all default settings. So let me see if I increase the audio by like 6, what happens. Or if I play this solo. See, it's in the background, which I like. 5 key fundamentals. Yeah, so it's not interrupting. Now there are 5 key fundamentals. It's not interrupting, which I like. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it fundamentals. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving. Yeah, look, about when it comes. This one, I'm just gonna add a simple swoosh. But before I do, let's see if we can find swoosh over here. Swoosh, whatever it is called. I don't know, these are really bad. Let's see what we find for slow. There is one sound effect that I forgot actually, which is for the... So what I will do to do the same. Now there are 5. What I will do is I'll get rid of the... Or actually I won't get rid of it, but let's see. I have like this counter effect, which is like an Eman type camera shutter, I think it's called. Let me play it. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for clicks. Yeah, that is a decent one. So we need 5 clicks. So if I count it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I like literally just cut it here, or I cut it here instead, and then I add it, exactly sync to the audio. Now there are 5. It's a bit faster than it should be. Now there are 5. Okay, look. What we have to do in this situation is something weird, which I will tell you. Now there are... So I need to do 5 cuts. This is cut number 1. And just so we have the slowdown effect, basically, I'm doing like different cuts, you get me? Cut number 3, cut number 4, and cut number 5. So cut this, delete everything in the middle. So now we have 5 cuts exactly. So now, when the number 1 pops up, this is the sound effects that's gonna come. And I'm literally syncing one by one. So yeah. Now there are 5 key... Wow, that sounds amazing actually. Now there are 5... What I will do is I'll nest all of these. Or I will just take this here, do this -100, and then I will nest all of these. And once I do, I'll add my studio reverb effect. Now there are 5. Amazing. And I can increase the audio by like 5. Now there are 5 key Amazing, I love this. Listen to it. The same. Now there are 5 key fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieve fundamentals that no one talks. Yeah, here I'm gonna add the slow swoosh again. So it's like unnoticeable, right? fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes to achieving mastery in the art of We need like a board writing as well. What is the sound effect that you write on a board called? Yeah, it's a scrap. It's the exact same thing, except I just wanted to find, like, I thought maybe there would be some different results, but whatever. Oh, I love this. I love this. This literally sounds like we're writing on a board. I love this. Even though it's like he's literally cutting, I don't know. It sounded weird. Anyways, I feel like this is good. Fundamentals that no one talks about when it comes. Okay, here. So basically, you see, this is like a board writing effect. So if I add this up, make it like -10, comes to achieve. Okay, that's not audible. Can't hear shit. Hold on. It is audible, but not the current audio that we have. So I need to increase it by 6, perhaps. Comes to achieve. About when it comes to achieving mastery. Again, slow swoosh repeats because it's another big swoosh. It's a very impactful swoosh. Achieving mastery in the art of editing. Not from a pedestal, but from a perspective of someone who's walked the path, faced challenges, and discovered truly what makes the difference. The first principle you need to know is what makes the difference. Okay, here we're gonna use another board sound effect. This one is amazing as well. YouTube kit, whatever the fuck it's. Import this shit. Basically, I just needed a longer one. So this is longer. Boom. Put it exactly when this shit comes up. So here, or when it pops up at least. Here. It's gonna start over here. And I'm gonna make it -15. First principle you need to know. No, that's a lot of -7. Oh, sorry. +7. I did +70. Nice. +8. First principle you need to know is editing is a Here I'm gonna add slow swoosh, but now I'm bored of the sound effects, so let me add another. Let me see if I have any other swoosh. In fact, that is bad, bro. I hate that type of swoosh. So overused and so awful. I could adjust this and see how it turns out. Let's see. If I do it like is editing. Faced challenges and discovered truly what makes the difference. The first principle you need here is gonna be a big swoosh. Principle you need to know is it needs to be synced though. Principle you need to know is a bit more delayed. Principle you need to know is okay. Now I'll do -10. And I'll do the same effect. Duplicate, take it over here, do -100 or whatever, and then. Once I do that, I can just nest it and then add my studio reverb effect, which is gonna be in the preset section. It's over there already, in case you need these effects, sorry to mention. The first principle you need to know is editing is a game of chess. Picture yourself, editing is a game of chess. I like if we can do a sound effects like for the chess. So it's gonna be like a clock sound effect, clock sound slowing. Let's see what this is. This can also be used here, which I use for the number 5. Let's see if this one's better. With you, the real insight to do the same. Now there are 5. No, I like what we have over here more. Clock. Let's see. This is kind of what I'm looking for. However, this is way too fast, so I'm gonna do one cut. Okay. Is editing is the game now, because we want it to be unnoticeable, right? We don't want this to feel like a clock. That is very important. So I'm doing like how many seconds? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 frame differences. So if I go at the starting of this and I do 5 frames, duplicate both of them, 5 frames, duplicate. So yeah, that is a good 5 frames, whatever. Is a game of chess. Picture. We don't want it to be that long, and we don't want it to be that audible. We kind of don't want it to be audible, but we want it to be in the background, if you get me. Is a game of chess. So yeah, the chess gives that vibe. Whatever it is. Editing. So it's gonna start here. Editing is a game of chess. Picture. I need to decrease this more, and I'm gonna add the effect. Reverb. Editing is a game of chess. Picture yourself seated at. I like how unnoticeable that is. Cool. Let's go to the next overlay. Traffic is a move that brings you either closer to the checkmate. Here, I want intense sound effects, like literally. I want very intense sound effects. I'm gonna go here. This sounds like defeat. I like how this sounds. Amazing. Especially when it says defeat. Defeat. Here, this is gonna sound amazing. Amazing. -10, perhaps. I think I don't want it to be that noticeable, but still noticeable. Defeat. Hit or defeat. Yeah, especially on the hit. Or defeat. You know how? Or defeat. You know how? That brings you either closer to the checkmate. Let's see if we have a happier boom. I like this. I like this. -20. Let's see. Checkmate. They're closer to the. I decrease it too much. This is a +10. Closer to the checkmate or defeat. You know how? Nice. Amazing. It's a move that brings you either closer to the checkmate or defeat. You know how chess players brings you either closer. We're gonna reuse the same sound effect that we had, which was for the board itself. I guess it's this one. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. And I'm gonna make it sound very less as well. -5. Closer to the checkmate or this or yeah, I'm that's the thing, bro. It's all random. Like there's nothing much specific about what to do in these sound effects. You guys already know the trick. Extend that further. We do it because when I add studio reverb, the layer or the reverb effect, it keeps echoing and from the extension of the layer itself. So basically I'm extending the layer itself by nesting it, and if you nest normally both the layers will still be same length. So I put like a decoy layer which has nothing, and I put the studio reverb, and when I put the studio reverb it extends. That is what I hope you understood what I mean. Either closer to the checkmate or defeat. You know how chess players review each and every player's review. I like this. I think if we just search up pawn or chess. Oh, interesting. There is board games sound effect. So let's see what this is about. Well, that was nothing. Okay, this is good. Let me open up another art list and just search up for other creators because I'm not sure about this one. Anyways, if I just search up chess, let's see what we find. I think there are playlists. If I like literally just search up chess, I might find a playlist. You can see chess, timer, TikTok. Interesting. There's a lot of playlists. It's a whole playlist of sound effects. This guy. Anyways, we have this. Let's play it. Let's just look for chess here. Yeah, we have this. Download. Let me import it. Now I'll just play it like normal. Players review each and every player. Look, this won't work because it's like it's a review. It's a movement, you know. It's not like someone's throwing it. It's literally a movement. So I think what we can do is do the same nest sound effect, okay, and we kind of try to extend out something longer. Let's see if that works. I don't think it will work, but let's see. Chess players review each and every single move. That's good. You know how chess players review each and every single move they did on the board? Yeah, look, over here I can use like the sound effect. How chess players review each and every single move they did on the board. In the same way, you must revisit. I like what's happening here. It's like a kind of sound effect where it's getting destroyed, but not that serious. You get me? I think we'll find something here. I don't know. I don't think we did. But anyways, if I just search up like destroy is too much. Destroy is like too heavy. I want something light. I like this. Sometimes you don't think in the actual perspective of the sound effect itself. Think about how it would look if it was fit over here with low audio and all of the effects and stuff that we had. So I'm gonna add it from here. Okay. Now let me import it. And I'm gonna make it -15. Must revisit. Look. Wow. You must revisit. Amazing. That sounds so good. I love it. Wait. You must revisit. Yeah, this is good. You must revisit. I think earlier is better though. You must revisit. Every single. Love it, guys. I love it. You must revisit. See, it should be a bit later actually. Every single. So it's like once it's actually destroyed, not when it touches. Edit. Where did the scene fall off? Amazing. Look. On the board. In the same way, you must revisit every single edit. Where did the scene fall off? This must be a bit earlier. Pacing is very important, guys. Every single edit. It's a bit too late now. Edit. Where did the scene fall off? Could the design in the scene be better? What's that one thing that you procrastinated to do and it could have made a major impact? And this one can be a UI sound effect. To be honest, it doesn't need to have a sound effect. It does not need to have a sound effect. Neither do I want to add a sound effect there because I don't want to overwhelm the user, but let's see what we can find. If we can add sound effects that are basically unnoticeable, that's the best part. Ooh, this is something I can use like for other stuff. I like this. Maybe we can make use out of it, to be honest. Whatever. Okay, so let me add this, and I will add the reverb effect that we do. So it's gonna be on the arrow, right? When the arrow turns. The scene follow. I'm gonna do it somewhere like this. -100, decoy, nested shit, boom, add the reverb effect. The design in the scene, I think it's way too loud, so -10 would be good. The design in the scene way better. What's that? Gotta be in the middle. The design in the scene way better. What's that one thing that you procrastinated to do and it could have made a major impact? Fall off. The scene. Another one over here. Damn, we have a lot of tracks, guys. It's a lot of tracks. You don't need to use this many. Edit. Where did the scene fall off? Could the design in the scene be better? What's that one thing that you procrastinated to do? I don't like this so much, I'm just gonna decrease it by -8 more, even if it's inaudible. Fuck it. The scene fall off. Could the design in the scene be better? What's that one thing that you procrastinated to do and it could have made a major impact? And that way, you analyze. Nice. Just move upon, move on. And as you know, chess masters don't just move upon and move this and move that. Move upon and move. I wanna know how it sounds to move like a piece on the chess piece. Moving sound effect. Let's see. Okay, let's see if we can. I got it. I got what I wanted. See, listen. Yep, love it. Perfect. So I'm just gonna download this. I'll be back. So there is a download link. Nice. Just downloaded it. It has a free license as well, so that's good. That means I can send it to you guys. I can send you the link at least. But yeah, a couple of things from here we can use. A couple of things we can't. I mean, for your guys' sake, I can't like give it away. The other things I can definitely do. Anyways, let's find the sound effect. So it's gonna be very fast paced, by the way, because this whole cinematic scene is fast paced. So this it's gonna be here. Move upon, just move. It has to be very fast. So what I can do is even increase the speed just so it's a bit faster. It doesn't. I don't need to increase the speed. I can just cut it out. But whatever. Move upon, just move. Look, this is a B-roll effect, or not B-roll. It's called J-roll. It's basically a J-cut effect where the audio starts before the clip itself. So see, the audio starts before the clip and it sounds very good. Move upon. Now I will take the original version here because this one is a bit longer one. Move upon and move. Move upon and move on, and gonna adjust the speed for this one. Make it 120. Move this and move and move this. This is a clock sound effect. So let's find this. Let's see what clock can we use. What clock sound effect? It's basically, you guys already know this sound effect. It's very famous. Basically like a click, you know. So I just searched up chess clock click. I don't know if this will find results. Let's see. Okay. I swear I had the sound effect. Let me just find it on my PC. Here we go. Switch click. It was called switch click. Sorry. This is what I was referring to. I just couldn't find it. So this should be it. Let's see. This and move. Nice. Perfect. Move this. It should be a bit delayed. This and move. See? Move upon and move this and move that. Move this and move that. And then move this and move. Over here, I'm gonna do like a impact, a boom. So we already used one. Let me reuse the same one. This is why sometimes we need multiple audio tracks so that I can. Over here, we want it to be very insignificant. So I'll do -15. It should be like a very blending in, you know, not sudden. This and move that, and that's too less. So 6. This and move that, and then once the game ends, they don't know what they did. If that was the case, they wouldn't have been tested. I have an idea over here, and then once it's like D4, D5, whatever. So I'm gonna search up chess documentary. I don't know if I will find, but chess documentary. I don't know if we'll find that. Let's see. Somehow gave me good results. Not up to, but basically a girl saying D4, D1, something like that. I don't know where we can find the chess documentary, guys. I don't know. Probably in a movie. Let's listen to this.
With the best is if all computers can do is calculate. And what is artificial intelligence?
Computers are getting smaller, they're getting better, they're getting faster.
I don't even know. Let's see chess documentary. What we can find. We can definitely make something that is good out of it. So I would just I want like an old chess documentary vibe, but let's see what we got over here. That is so bad. That sounds so bad. Let's listen to this.
With the opening ceremony over, the pairings are drawn for the first round, and players.
Robert Fischer learns.
Ungefähr so. Josef, bitte. Bei diesem Spiel geht es darum, keine Ahnung, im Hotel tanzen Sie sich noch an das elegante Ballkleid in Ihrem schönen.
Let's say like a chess trader or some shit. I don't know. Let's look for something, guys. I'm trying to find sound effects. I swear to God, I've heard it before. It's like D4. This player moves to D3. You get it. You get what I mean, right? It's like when this documentary in the back is shouting like these chess moves. I moved to D1. He pulled off this Bobby Fischer, whatever the fuck it is. Let me see what I can find here.
Would be beautiful. Control it.
The hell, I opened the wrong shit. Fuck is that? Okay, so I found it random sound effects, and what I'm gonna do is denoise it. See if we can hear anything. Once the game ends.
It looks like a decision has been made.
Okay, that's decent. Yeah, let's play it with the audio that we have over here. Don't just move upon and move this and move that, and then once the game ends, they don't know what they did. If that was the case, they wouldn't have been chess masters in the first place. So over here, we kind of want to decrease the sound effect when it says looks like the decision has been made. Over here, we want to increase it that, and then once the game ends, they don't know what they did. If that was the case, they wouldn't have been chess masters in the first place. Now, why did I say chess? Because it's very similar. Okay, let's listen to this. Edit a project, not reflect on what they do, and just move on. And as you know, chess masters don't just move upon and move this and move that, and then once the game ends, they don't know what they did. If that was the case, they wouldn't have been chess masters in the first place. Now, why? Okay, there's one bug over here, by the way. Let me just fix that. Over here, you guys can see. Pretty annoying bug. I know it, obviously. They don't know what they did. If that was the case, they wouldn't have been chess masters in the first place. Now, why did I say chess? Because it's very similar to editing. The more you do, the better you become. And at the over here we have another overlay by seeing beyond the vision and not just restricted to what you are. I think here will be a swoosh, but yeah, you guys get my point. We did a lot of sound effects. The video has been long enough already. Pretty much that was a very good video, to be honest. A very good sound effects use. You guys can see this is only 1 minute from the video, and it's taken us 55 minutes. I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out. Bye-bye. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? So in this series, we're gonna go over a concept called the creative alchemy. Now, why such a specific name? Purely because I want to show you guys how you can get a client, or for yourself, come up with an idea and come up with a certain style that is gonna stand out. When you see videos like Iman's videos or Ali Abdal or any of these guys, their main point is not the execution of the style, but it's why is it this industry's new standard? Is because they have created something that has never been there before. Therefore, it's called unique, just with the words that I'm using. It is unique. And what we have to do is every time we come up with a style, and every time we come up with a video theme, an idea, we have to make it unique. Even when it comes to any other niche, whether it's a short form or faceless. When you look at the videos, especially the top industry creators, like I remember this one faceless channel, I don't even know what it was, but it was like this orange bearded guy who went viral, and he has posted like only 4 or 5 videos. It's like this faceless channel who has this lightning type style of editing. And even the editing went viral because he came up with something that wasn't there before, or necessarily wasn't in the same space as his niche. So that style is not particularly hard to execute, but the thing is, people stand out with execution is because the people who are good at editing basically understand these concepts of coming up with styles, coming up with these new creative alchemies that they can transform a certain voiceover to become an extraordinary piece, which is why I named it creative alchemy. So initially in this 4 or 3 or 5 video series, I want to go over what is my step-by-step process all the way from coming up with the client. So yeah, the reason why I named it creative alchemy is because I want to go over my step-by-step process as to how I came up with a certain style and make a piece that hasn't been existed ever before on the internet, and then people look at it and they're shocked and they're crazily inspired, which is what I did with even one of my most recent YouTube videos. I came up with something that people never saw before, a style people never saw before. It didn't necessarily exist, but it was just my emotions that was put out there. And so many of you guys might think that to come up with style, it's really complicated and whatever, but it's actually way easier than you think, because us editors, we're not like creative, I don't know, some completely from zero art. It's like all of these pieces are inspired from somewhere, and they always say that the best artists are the artists who steal, and I will show you guys pretty much how to steal. Now when I say how to steal, it doesn't necessarily mean to copy or to rip off a style, but it's how to steal the emotions from a certain person, how to steal a look from a certain brand, how to steal a theme from a certain Netflix documentary or series, how to steal certain inspirations that are out there to come up with something that is uniquely to you, as well as some things always you can add on top. So when you go and you copy, for example, Mona Lisa, and you want to create like a man version of it, for example, this is too much of a copy. You can always introduce new things that are required, because it's not going to actually be a copy paste. But in our situation, imagine we're looking at a Mona Lisa art piece, and what we want to do is we want to create a UI page that is inspired by Mona Lisa. It's going to be completely different, but it's going to give up the same vibes, and no one's going to know. It's not even about people knowing, it's just that it's going to be something that is completely new. So yeah, pretty much I think we're ready to dive in right into the next video. I'll see you guys over there. Peace out. Okay, so this is initially the first video, okay, and it's the first video because I'm going to be going over the very fundamentals. So how do I come up with a style? I come up with a style using references, inspirations, understanding the niche, and tonality. And if I check my notebook over here, I even have some other stuff. Is I create some assets that we can use. I find similar tutorials that we can take inspiration from in order to implement these assets, and that's pretty much it. Like, it doesn't have to be that complex. When I come up with a style, I come up with it in 20 minutes, because I'm gonna be honest with you guys, a major part of even coming up with a style is like mid-editing, but you always need to have that core fundamental that is very important. So that is pretty much what we are going to cover. Now, the creative alchemy. Step number one, what I did is I had my certain client. I kind of don't want to mention his name, because so how did I come up with a style? First thing, I have a certain client who I have reference links from. So I believe that if you come up with a style, whether it is your short form video, or whether it is your client's short form video, or your client's long form video, whatever it is, there is always links, there is always places where you can take inspiration from. And worst case worse, if they don't have links, if they don't have anything, you can just prepare a simple document, a 5-6 question document where they can reply to a series of answers that can pretty much help you understand what they are like. So I always try to use a certain existing brand element, because if you make it fit, then it even works. So initially this is actually a VSL, so it's gonna go on the exact same website. That means either ways I'm gonna have to like look at the theme and stuff like that to come up with something. So yeah, I have the reference links. So initially their Instagram is awful, and they had this website, and immediately when I have a look at this website, I can see pretty much some colors, I can see some fonts, I can see some diagrams, and I can see some blue type theme, whatever. It's not really black, it's like bluish. So what I did is I hopped right into the images. I took images from the website, so I brought on this image, I brought on this image, and this image from the website. And then using an extension called Font Finder, I clicked on the text, on whatever text, and I found basically the font, which is Helvetica New, and even it shows the color. So let me show that again. It shows the color. So initially this is gonna be like our primary color, or the color that we're gonna be often using or something within this theme. I don't like this color too much because it will leave us too restricted towards the calm vibe. So what I will do is I'll like try to have towards these parts of yellow. But initially what I wanted to do is I just wanted the color to be here. So I put in the color and I put in the hash code. They would give me the hash code exactly. And then the fonts used was Helvetica New, but I decided that I want to use a similar font that is even better, which is New Has. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go with New Has. And then there is another font on their website, which is Roboto, and I think it's over here. So if I go onto the font finder and I click on over here, then it's Roboto Flex. So I put in Roboto Flex, and then I came up with a third font, which I like it when we have this type of theme, because we can always come up with that fancy, elegant type font and relaxed and all of that vibes, which is, I went for a font called Relaxy Bold, and here is a simple display of how it looks. And in my opinion, if we combine this with the Neo Has, it's gonna look absolutely amazing. So you can see I came up with the font and color pretty much without doing anything, and I will dive deeper into even more colors. But yeah, I didn't want to do all the steps without you guys, just so I can leave up some things. And then the website feeling. How does the website feel? Initially, I can say that it's elegant, it's professional, it's calm, and it's dynamic. Kinda. I just came up with this terminology, and there is a lot of bold. This is bold. This is bold. So we know that in the website we're supposed to be using bold stuff. You get me? And yeah, you can even see with things over here, the plants and whatever, they're really trying to give off that very calm nature type vibe, which is something that I like, and I think we can find a lot of inspirations for that. Okay, so initially this is how I came up with the fonts and the website and the stuff that I will be using the reference links. Okay, and then we have inspirations, which I'm gonna jump right into after I do one more thing, which is finding the right color palette. So I'm gonna go to cooler.co. Okay, once I am in coolers.co, what I want to do is start the generator. And initially, I think I should be able to take this color and set it as one of the colors, but I'm just gonna keep pressing space until I find something that I see a bit suitable. I do like this, the mustard. I think it's very similar. So let's see if I can save this color. I'm gonna just name it Certified, and I'll see if I can just keep this. Yeah, I can lock it. So I can pretty much lock this, and now I will find similar colors that can be fit with this certain theme. All right. So, but look, one of the most important thing is that I want to be using black and white as well as this color, right? So black is obviously a crucial color. So I'm gonna lock up black as well. And I think blue is a very complementary color, which is why if I go to their website over here, I can see blue, or at least dark blue in some places. I think this is a pretty solid color palette. I know that it is a bit subjective, but I like how these two can be in a certain theme. And we can even check contrast over here. The white text would work on it. But initially, I want to see if it works on a black background, because that is more important for me, that it works on a black background. Magnolia, I'm just gonna lock this as well because it's just close to white. There's a couple of colors that we can go pass by, but let's say we're on to a good start. And then for the secondary color, I usually, to be fair, I usually adjust it based on the project that I'm working on, but I think I'll go for something bluish with this vibe. So these colors will definitely not be too bad, right? So we have this, and pretty much what I will do is I want to see if I can switch this to a certain shade, and here I can, as you guys can see, and I would like this shade a bit more. Now you guys can see, I think these might have had some adjustments, and I'll see if I can do a shade for example, this one as well, because it is more towards the website vibe. Now we have like these type of colors. For this one, initially I can go for a darker shade, something that is maybe like this. I think this would be solid, perhaps if I could just light it up. But yeah, there is no exact process as to how I follow colors, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna export this, okay, and I'm gonna export this just as an image, and I'll name it Retrified, okay, Retrified, and let's put it up over here. Let's put it up over here, and I think this should do a good job. Let me just crop this out. I think we don't need like a too big of a palette. This one does the job. But yeah, I guess this one is a bit harsher of yellow than this, as you guys can see. But yeah, initially what I want to do right now is dive deeper into inspirations. But yeah, pretty much you guys now, after you see this, you can come up with like a certain style and certain assets that you're going to be using throughout the video, which helps you out a lot. So I think we're done with the first step, which is how do I come up with style on the references side. So I have all of this stuff references, okay, these are all references and these will help a lot. But yeah, pretty much now in the next video we're gonna go over inspirations and how I find inspirations to have like a piece of the stuff just put out there. So in this video pretty much I want to cover the inspirations part. Now in the last video we basically went over the reference links, and why was this important is because now to come up with inspirations we kind of have an idea of what we're trying to go towards, okay, and then we combine these ideas with different links and different inspirations and whatsoever. So pretty much I have like this color theme, so I can already think of creators that have these similar color themes. I have like this type of image in my head as to what we can go towards, and I have these two YouTube creators that I like, and I kind of like their videos as well, like in the recent few days. So I think what I'm gonna do is by the way, I'm not editing the video, it's my editors or people in the agency that I got from the community, by the way, to edit this certain VSL, because it's a long video, requires a lot of time, so unfortunately I don't have the time to edit it. So what I'm doing initially is I'm kind of finding the inspirations and stuff for them, but mostly this video is for you guys. I thought why not just pick up the opportunity to come up with something that is unique. So what I did is I try not to overcomplicate the things in the very starting, and I try to keep the creativity of mine basically have some space and to not restrict it to any certain style or anything like that. But I always like to have pieces in front of me that can complement what I'm going for. So what I'm gonna do right now kinda is I have this one video that I like a lot. It's by a person named Jordan Platten. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take some pictures of things like this to come up with images, you get me? So for videos like these, you purely have to be a person who dives deep into stuff like that, who dives deeper into videos, who knows what videos he likes and stuff like that, so you can come up with inspirations. But okay, for example, I'm gonna come up with this image and I'm gonna go through the video to come up with a few more images, and we see how we can lead from there. And by the way, this is a VSL, so again the context also matters a lot. So this is a VSL and he talks a lot about money. There's a lot of money mentioned. So now I know that yeah, even dashboards like these can help a lot. And I know another video where I can take inspirations from things like dashboards and stuff of that sort, especially when it comes to Iman. So that is definitely something I'm gonna take inspiration from. But pretty much this is my process to come up with inspirations. You see, I love something like this because it really fits with the type of vibe that we're going for, which is the nature type vibe. And I love stuff like this and animations like this in general. So yeah, I think I came up with enough images, and perhaps we don't have to go on more images, but I want to pick this one last thing because it is basically basically a VSL, right? So it's gonna help a lot to come up with something like this. So yeah, I have like these couple of images that we can use for inspiration, and I'll just stack them up in a different way just so we have a bit more space. All right, so yeah, now it's stacked up, and I think we're ready to jump on the next creator that we want, who is a person named Thomas Gonnet. And I'm not sure who the editor is for Thomas Gonnet, by the way, but his edits are clean. and it's more also towards the vibe that we're going for. So yeah, you can see if I come up over here, there's a couple of things that I like. For example, the stripe interface that is over here. It's amazing. It's really amazing because with a VSL initially, using things up like this can be great. You get me? Can be very great. So, yep. Let me just scale this up, boys. And now I'm gonna open Pinterest once I have like a couple of ideas. And what I'll do is I'll just tap on anything that I see inspiring. By the way, the room is so cold, so I gotta wear the hoodie, boys. So I like this a lot. However, I don't really see an execution of it, so I'm not gonna ruin my algorithm. It's something like that. Oh, I love this. I'm gonna definitely tap on that and open it in a new tab. Guys, look at this. This is amazing. And I feel like even Iman's most recent event might have taken inspiration from this type of thing. So yeah, I just tapped on that. Something we can take inspiration from, definitely. I like this as well. Even though it's not our vibe, I think we can always make something out of different frames and different images. I like this. However, it's not the perfect piece that I'm looking for. Let's see, what more do we have? So for Pinterest, actually a major part of it is mid animation. So while you're actually doing the animation is what matters the most, rather than basically doing it before the animations. However, if you have like a certain paper type vibe and paper type style and stuff like that, then you can definitely come up with animations. But yeah, I think let's now refer to what we already had, which is once I click over here, I'm gonna find a lot of similar stuff. And here we go, boys. This is what I'd like to see. Similar pieces to what I'm going for. So what I'm gonna do is first thing, I always like to save links. So I will save a link. Okay, I'll put it up like this. It is important to save this link. And now I'll just take this, or let me just put up a new text that will say Pinterest. And over here, I'm gonna put GIFs and stuff that I like. So I'm gonna copy this image, pull it up over here. So I'm creating a library of inspirations. Now you can see it's impossible to run out of inspirations. And over here, I don't really see anything too interesting. So I'm gonna get rid of this. This is pretty interesting. I like what we have over here, especially if someone's going for a crime vibe. This is also interesting. I might just like save this for next time, but yeah, now over here I like a couple of things, which is, for example, this card. I like this eyes, so I'm just opening everything in a new tab. You get me? Open this shit in a new tab, open this shit in a new tab, open this shit in a new tab. I like the noisy type style that is out there as well. Definitely something. I like this, and I definitely have seen Iman do that type of thing. I like this as well. I like a lot of things over here, and that is the best starting point, is when you get to a page that you actually like, and you get to a page that you can actually take inspiration from. So yeah, as you guys can see, we have a lot of things over here, especially with this bold type of vibe, characteristic type vibe. And initially that is what I was going for anyways, because it's so calm and it's so soothing and it's amazing. So what I'm gonna do is I will take an image of this as well. Boom, paste it up over here. Is that shit up over here, bruv? I like this a lot. I like this a lot as well. I think I've seen a lot of this before, to be honest. I've seen a lot of these animations before, but oh, that is interesting. Even for like editing type shit. This is amazing. Like if someone comes up with something unique with this, it's gonna be amazing. So yeah, let me import that to the other page over here as a GIF. Boom. And I'm gonna be back after you. I think you guys already know my process right now. I think you guys already understand the process that I'm going for and kind of how I'm finding images, but I don't want to overwhelm it too much and put too much of random things. But I think the random part of it is also what helps a lot with it. However, I'll just limit it with like 3 more photos, and I'll be back with you guys once I've done this. If I see anything interesting, I'll definitely recall. But yeah, to be honest, I think I don't want to judge too early. I'll just have these 3 images from Pinterest. I don't think I want to judge too early. I'll just have these 2 images actually, and these frames above, and that is pretty much how I come up with these inspirations. And I think if you dive deeper into it, if you look at more pages and stuff, you'll definitely find something that fits your theme. So when I'm looking at this, I definitely know the direction that I'm gonna head towards when I have these type of things over here as well. So it helps a lot, you know, just putting these things out here like inspo. Now I'm just gonna do one last thing because I really like Netflix animations and these type of documentaries and stuff. So what I did is I just searched up Netflix animations, okay, and I'll see if I find anything interesting. But in general, I think the style that we're going for really cannot be too included in Netflix. It just makes sense because it's more like this. It's not as impressive as, you know, these documentary style and stuff like that. But, you know, you can always make something out of nothing. That's what I like. I just like to look. I just like to find stuff. To be able to like just find crazy things that can make your animations stand out. Bro, there's a lot of TikToks that we're gonna show, so this type of animation is gonna be very nice when we're showing TikToks and shit like that. So I'm gonna put in this as well, perhaps. So I'll put like a good way to show TikTok B-roll footage. Alright, but yeah. But anyways, boys, we're past the boring stage and it's now to get to the actual sauce, which is how to come up with actual ideas based on the scripts and stuff that you have. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come up with ideas for you guys lifetime while I'm editing on the scripts that I have. But anyways, boys, I think we're done with the boring part, which is all this font and colors and finding inspirations and whatever. And in the next video, I'm gonna cover up this actual sauce as to how to come up with ideas, what is the concepts that I follow throughout the video, and how to even pick your animations, look through the script and stuff like that. So yeah, with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next video and it's gonna be very exciting. Peace out. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? In the last video, we went over inspiration dump, as well as before it, we went over the reference styles and how I come up with the reference styles and stuff. So why was there an inspiration dump? So that we can refer our current ideas to what we have over here when it comes to actually doing the animation. Because your animation can always have ideas and then you have to implement it to a certain style. You get me? Some ideas can just not work with a style. If I have an idea of like Mr. B zoom in and stuff, it's just weird. So initially, our ideas and our stuff is based off of the style that we are going for, and you don't even need to think about it. Like if you just make up your style and you look at it, it will automatically just be inserted to your mind. And so what happens is that when you get ideas, you get it more clear towards the side. So you don't really need to think about it. Just do this and it will automatically happen. But in this video, we want to go over one of the most important videos. And if you're watching this, this is one of the most important videos that might ever be in the community as well. So I really want you guys to stay till the end and understand everything that's going on because this is so important. So how do I come up with ideas? I usually combine all of these or sometimes filter. It's all in the subconscious. So what do I combine? Extraction and simplification, element extraction, literal versus metaphorical perspective. Ignore this. This is a bit deeper when you have to do a certain animation that is very based on the emotion. But I just had this over here because it was like one of my thought processes. But don't focus on this because we did not talk about number 4. But we spoke about mostly number 1 and number 3. And then element extraction is just like a kind of a weird concept. But anyways, I'll show you. So first thing, we're gonna start with the script. Now we have our script. I said extraction and simplification. What does that mean? That I have a script right now that says finding the right opportunities, how you can generate the right leads consistently, finding the path to getting the clients for you to get 10 to 20 clients per month, stage as fast as humanly possible. Now, the thing is, this might look complex, but after you do element extraction and stuff, you can really come up with, after you do extraction and simplification, you can really come up with something that is much better. Okay, so identify. First thing, you have to extract what is the main idea or what is the main key point of the script. Okay, so I extracted a couple of things. Okay, finding the right opportunities. Like if you were to animate, what would you animate? So finding the right opportunities, generating the right leads. Okay, obviously how you can want to really be animated or consistently want to really be animated. Finding the path to getting the clients, and 10 to 20 per month. And we also have as fast as humanly possible. Now look, all of this is in one animation is like super complex. It's super complex, okay? But okay, identify what is he talking about? What is the main point he's trying to bring up? Think about it. They're all raising the same point. Finding the right clients, because he says finding the right opportunities. What does that mean? Who's an opportunity? In my perspective, the viewer or the person that is speaking, he means opportunity is a client. Generating the right leads. Who are the leads? They are clients. Getting the best clients. This is very straight, clear. Getting the best clients. So now here I identified that basically this whole script, he means finding the right clients. And then he even says 10 to 20 per month. But that is the main point of it. So I extracted these things, okay? And I came up with finding a good or right client. You get me? So what I did is then I thought, now I want to show finding the right clients, okay? Before I actually get into this. Now, okay, look, what a usual noob would do, or also let me cover this. What a usual noob would do is they would try to point out each and every single thing and animate each and every single thing in a script. And it does not make sense because they will just come up with something that is shit, okay? I know what a noob would do. I know what, if you're a beginner and you're watching this, you would be like, I'll make an animation where he's finding the right opportunities and then he's generating the right leads and then he's getting the best clients, and it would just be random ass icons that you spam and someone's gonna have open hands and it's just all bullshit. And then you're gonna show 10 to 20 per month text and then you're gonna show a human running fast. All of this is stupid. This is what a beginner would do. This is how they think. I have to show the right opportunities. I have to show generating leads. I have to show finding the right path. I have to show a human running fast or an object running fast. You don't need to. They will either spam too much text, the right opportunities, generating leads, or do multiple element combinations in one scene for each thing. Multiple element combinations as in they will show in one scene like literally multiple elements, like one human, one this, one that, and it will be like an animation spammed with a couple of things. It will be too complex, unrealistic, hard to understand, and shit. Think about it. If you want to show a human running fast, you cannot animate that. You don't have the capabilities, neither do I have. Like, I don't want a human running fast. It even won't make sense. And you cannot separate each one of these when they're so similar. But what would a pro do? I can combine the right opportunity. I can combine finding clients, and I can combine generating leads. All of this is one thing. It's all one emotion, all one element combination. So it will be simplified. So the viewer will know where to focus. The animation can be worked on and done better. Visualization and connection is better. Now, I don't want to overwhelm you guys with too much, but this is not something that you have to prepare for or whatever. It's just for you to understand the fundamental from the top of my head. Another thing is, as fast as humanly possible, like, I don't see a reason why we should even include that. If I just don't include it, it will make no difference because all of this is one animation. You get me? So you don't need to show each and every single thing. So if I show all of this, I think we're more than enough. As fast as humanly possible is just like, yeah, it can even be cut out, like the animation can end over here. But what I usually do is I don't like the animation to end. So like just right after the script finishes, I try to continue it to the end of the sentence. So if the sentence ends here, I will just extend, like I'll just keep the animation going, you know, at the end of it. Like, yeah, it will stay and it will just keep going. It doesn't need to like just cut out over here before the end of the sentence. Because usually animations are like between span of sentences. So if I'm saying a sentence, it won't just like come up in the middle of the sentence and end in the middle of the sentence. It should be at the starting of the sentence, that should be the starting, and the ending of the sentence is where it should end. You get me? So things like these do not really have to be shown. And I really don't see a way where we can show a human running fast and whatever. And I think if we just don't show it, it's much better. Okay, so now we've identified a couple of things. As we want to find the right clients, or we want to find good clients. I want to show finding the right clients. Looking for the right clients. Now, when I say right clients, these can be combined into two, or they can be different. Now, the right client is a filter. Think about it. We can have many clients, and the right one is a filter, because we want the correct client. We don't want all the clients. So basically, the client can be right or the wrong client. You get me? If I get 10 people and their budget is $10, they're all clients, but I don't want them. So they're not the right clients. So there is a filter, if you think about it. Okay, now we identified our whole point, okay? And we simplified it. We simplified the whole idea and our whole point and everything. You guys won't believe the idea that I came up with. You'd be like, what the fuck? I would have never thought of this. I'd just be putting in characters and stuff. Here we introduce literal versus metaphorical perspective. Now if I go back here, we had extraction and simplification. By the way, this is element extraction. I just call this element extraction, this process. So it's very simple. It's just doing this. And then literal versus metaphorical. Very important, these two. So now we have done extraction and simplification. Now we need literal versus metaphorical. Now what does literal versus metaphorical mean? I'll show you. Okay. Literally displaying what the animation says is literal. Okay. Metaphorical is metaphorically displaying what the animation says. Now if you don't know what metaphorical means, please just search it up, especially if you're a foreigner, translate it. Can't explain it to you. It's a bit like I don't even know what it exactly means, but I just know what it means. You get me? So now when to choose both, don't think about it too much. Choosing either of them is like more of a process that is just subconsciously based on what you have clearer ideas with. Okay? Whatever you have a clearer idea with. I prefer metaphorical, by the way, but I would like to have more metaphorical than literal. If you can do literal good enough, then go for it. Because sometimes the literal ideas will be shit and you'll have to go for metaphorical. Now this is just a point to keep in mind. Now let's break it down. Literally finding the right clients. Yeah, you just put 10 clients, just like how I did. And then one of them is like the right one. So it would be like a different color, or it would zoom in, or it would deep glow and whatever. See, this is very simple idea, literal. And if your skill set is like a basic level and stuff, you can make this look very good. And I've seen some animations where stuff like this can be done at a very high level execution. And I think even if I just go for this idea because of my execution level, I can produce something that is very well. But I think even beginners can do a very good job when it comes to something as simple as this. So literal approach visually represents the act of selecting or searching clearly the specific client. So this is literal. This is like too direct, you know? There is just 100 clients or whatever. There's 50 clients or 50 balls. We're gonna basically put a user icon, okay? Or we can just specify that these clients are, that these balls are a client. And then one of them is like the right one, okay? So it's contrasting a bit different and stuff. So yeah, we would say, oh, this is the right client. And there would be a whole ass animation for that, you get me? But it would just pretty much just be something simple and literally displaying what the animation says. Now look, this is too common. I've seen this a lot. And I would say if you are a beginner, just go for this. But here is where I jump into metaphorical, okay? Metaphorically displaying what the animation says. Now we're gonna break down what it actually means. Going outside of the box and showing the literal with metaphorical perspective. So you think outside of the box. You try to do it in complete different ways that people don't expect, but you show an animation that is literal. So simple metaphor for finding. Now, why did I say finding? Because finding is the main task of it, you know? Finding is the whole task of it. Finding. And then the right clients will always have the same concept. It will be like multiple things, and one of them is the right one, if you think about it. There will be multiple things, one of them is the right one. But now we want to show finding in metaphorical ways. So immediately what I do is when I look at that word, or the whole point, where can you find the right things? Try to think of 4 to 6 examples. In a maze, you can find the right exit. In a card deck, you can find the right card that you're looking for. In a GPS, you can find the right location. In a sand, you can find the right lost item. There is a lot of lost items. In a library, you can find the right book. I have a bunch of ideas right now. I can fucking make a maze animation, and a ball is going around everywhere, and it's finding wrong clients, beep, it's giving an error, and then it goes to another exit, and it's finding the wrong client, beep, it gives another exit, and then it goes to the right combination. It's like boom. So that is another idea, but I wanted to be a bit different. Okay, so I was like, okay, we have card deck, GPS. I've already done GPS in the past. Now this is completely up to you. After here, it's all you and your execution. Pick whatever you can do best. I feel like card decks would be fun. I went for card decks. A library would be too hard. Like it would be a Blender scene and stuff. I could definitely go for it if I want to go for something that is complex. Depends on the context of your video. But I went for card deck because GPS, I've already done one. Sand, again, requires like a bit of more complexity. Because I can't really imagine how we would find the right thing in the sand, you know? It's like, are we diving deeper into the sand or what? It's just weird. So I went for card deck. Now look, we came from this script to getting close to a card deck. It might not make sense, but that is exactly what happens. Now I got the card deck. Now after you get your idea, after you know what is it gonna be, okay? Now obviously I have like a base idea. Is that I'm gonna have a card deck animation where I'm finding the right card, okay? Now you might think of it like holding hands. Two hands come up and cards come up, and then one of them is like ching, pulled out. Anything, it can be anything. Look, now the execution is all up to you. It can be done in tons of different ways. Animation mapping and brainstorming. This is where I come to animation mapping and brainstorming after I pick my idea. So I went with the card decks, as well as this concept just remains the same, looking for the right card. So I'm gonna have a card deck and I'm gonna look for the right card. Animation mapping and brainstorming and dump and visualizing or animation kinda. So here I kinda opened Pinterest, okay? Because in Pinterest you can see ideas that you might have never thought of. Now I got this idea on Pinterest, and this is fucking amazing. Like I didn't think of it. What I thought was just the card combination and one card comes out. I see over here, what if I show the card and it spins, the right one comes out and it's like a different color. That's amazing to me. Or if we want to do it simply, like with one card, we can like have this gift packet open and it's like it comes out, but I think it won't make too much sense. And then we like have to add stuff on to the card itself where we zoom in and camera angles and stuff. Or we can do something that was the initial idea, is that I have a couple of cards. By the way, this is just like images from Pinterest that is random. Like doesn't really have to be anything. The context doesn't have to be the same. I'm just talking about the idea itself. So yeah, a couple of cards, and then one of them is the right one, which has a different color. So now I have Pinterest, and these are done, by the way, at the same time, okay? These are done at the same time. So I was like, okay, there is a couple of things in my head. There's going to be multiple cards. That's obvious. One of the cards is going to be the secret card, okay? One of the cards is going to be the secret cards, okay? Takes a bit of time to find the card because we're finding the right client, okay? So finding the card cannot just be too easy, but according to the context or the viewer, he's like, I will help you how to find the right card. So it shouldn't take forever, but it's obviously not going to come up in the first 1 second we find it. Like it spins for like 2 seconds and then we find it, something like that, okay? The card can have details like a UI design, animated icon like a gem. Now I like the idea of a gem because what is a gem? A gem is something that you find rarely. So client can be a gem. They always say, man, you're a fucking gem because you're someone rare to find. So maybe an animated icon that has a gem that is like rotating in 3D. Some sort of text that says 10 to 20 clients. This is important because look over here, I did not overthink this part. Like I was like, I cannot really combine this. And I feel like this is text animation. Like to show 10 to 20 per month is like text animation. I don't want to put 10 client icons. That's just shit. So I thought, okay, this is just going to be a text animation, as in like the right client basically is going to have like a pointer, ching, and it's going to say 10 to 20 clients. You get me? So it's going to be 10 to 20 right clients. So it also means that you're going to get 10 to 20 right clients. So the card will have the text that will say 10 to 20, okay? There's going to be an animated icon like a gem and whatever. So yeah, initially this is my idea, combine it with this, come up with something. Now obviously this is up to my capability. Like I know I can execute this, but for you, maybe if you're a bit beginner level, you can definitely go for something like this. You get me? Like I don't want you to go for this if you don't have the execution. Like you might already be thinking, but 7, how the fuck can I put all the cards in like a manner where they can rotate? Yeah, if you cannot do it, then go for this one, okay? Especially if it's client work. But if you're testing out things, okay, this can even be a homework. Like if you guys want to just come up with a card animation based on this idea, it's gonna be amazing. If you want to go for this, then I would definitely tell you to try it by definitely inhibiting 3D and taking a bit from my help and stuff like that. You can come up with something, and it's gonna be a very well learned lesson. Now look, a big part of it is also the animation, guys. Like yeah, this can be basic. This is just the design. How's the animation gonna be? Animation, to be honest, I don't even know how to get to the point where I'm explaining it on a Figma board. But what you can do is like, yeah, you can brainstorm ideas sometimes. You're like, there's gonna be 5 cards, and there's gonna be 1 card in the middle, and these cards can be blurry, for example, okay? And then all of them like rotate, so they come up in a way where there's like a lot of cards, and then one of them is suddenly like a different color, so like it suddenly stops, you know? All of these cards are going, and something happens that it makes it stop. Or maybe there is, you know, what do we call it? The spinning wheel kind of effect where there is like a dot. So it slows down and the right client comes up and then the card is pulled out. So there is a couple of ways to come up with animations. That is all according to your capability. I think animation ideas are easy, but the design and the concept itself is the hard part. So the animation idea should be easy. It's more intuitive, guys. It's more spontaneous for me. Like it's very spontaneous. But coming up with this, like going all the way from having this shitty ass script. I chose the worst script from the video, which is actually the intro, and I came up with something so great. A card animation. No one would expect that. So this is why you see Iman and these guys, they have like these crazy animations. They're like, how the fuck did they come up with it? You even surprise yourself when you use this method. So yeah. Now I know that one example might not be enough, which is why I made another example. Okay. And this one is a bit simpler and easier to understand as well. So, example 2. This is my script. Seeing beyond the vision and not just restricted to what you are doing. Okay? Now, seeing beyond the vision, not just restricted to what you are doing. Again, I don't need to show restricted to what you are doing. Just seeing beyond the vision makes sense. You get me? And I don't really know how on earth can I even animate restricted to what you are doing, but I know I can animate seeing beyond the vision. I already have like a couple of ideas of seeing beyond the vision. So again, extract, what was it? Extract and simplification. Extract the idea of the script, the key idea of the script. So I came here and I extracted seeing beyond the vision. Seeing beyond the vision. And then what I did is, okay, I have element extraction to simplify the process, which is seeing beyond. That is basically what I need to animate. Seeing beyond. Now, okay, seeing beyond something, which is the vision, but when I say the vision, it doesn't necessarily have to be eyes or your glasses. You get me? Like the whole point of it is seeing beyond something. So here we introduce literal versus metaphorical, because now I know, like I have extracted this. I want to make an animation that sees beyond. Now I want an animation idea, an actual idea. So I come up with literal versus metaphorical. So let's start with literal. What the animation says, seeing beyond the vision. Now the first idea that will pop up for everyone is literally actually seeing beyond the vision, which is like there is an eye and it zooms in and you can see beyond the vision. That is the literal idea. Like that is the first thing that pops up to my head. I don't hate it, but we can do more. I actually like it. Now let me go metaphorical and see if I get any ideas. So I went into metaphorical. What is a simple metaphor for seeing beyond? Like what can you see beyond? Like what allows you to see beyond? Sorry, a magnifying glass. You can see small things that weren't visible. Telescope, you can see things that are very far that weren't visible in the first place. Fog clearing, there was a fog, too much smoke and shit. You couldn't see shit. And the fog went away and now you can see a lot of shit. Portal opens up like, you know, this Doctor Strange type of portal. He just opens up a portal to a new place and you can teleport. You can see a new world or you can see a new city. beyond the vision. Puzzle, there is a lot of puzzle pieces. They weren't visible, they were just broken down. And when you merge them, you can see a whole ass picture. So this is also seeing beyond the vision, kind of. So creates a full image that wasn't visible, yeah. Now I love the puzzle ideas because in general, like I love puzzle. I love the concept of puzzle. Okay, and a couple of other things, like I thought fog clearing would be so good if I go for something that is like a 3D map animated and seeing beyond the vision. Like there would be a lot of fog and then we can see the map or a certain city. That would be like amazing, but it was a bit like hard to execute and stuff. I remember at that time I was like, fuck it. So I like puzzle, and I like this idea too where it zooms in and I can see more stuff. Now okay, let's not overthink it. We have these two ideas, we have a starting point. Okay, I have puzzle and I have an eye that zooms in, I can see more stuff. Immediately I jump into animation mapping, brainstorming dump, and visualize animations. I can just say I can just call it animation mapping. Like we don't need to say all of this whole ass sentence. So ideas are formed together, like these are at the same time. Get ideas and get inspiration at the same time. So ideas formed yet is that I have zooming in and out of an eye and more things are visible. Puzzle pieces forming from less pieces to more pieces. So over here I immediately think, like if I zoom out of an eye, what are more things that will be visible? How can I zoom out of an eye? So maybe something that is related to the audience. So at this point, like I was talking about editors and shit, so it was I could have shown keyframes and all of that, but I didn't think of that at the moment because I didn't map this out, by the way. I just did it all subconsciously. Maybe something related to the topic. I can put like a magnifying glass. I can put a telescope in the corner of somewhere. I can have like a word that says vision, some shit like that. I was like, okay, let me open up Pinterest and see what I can find. So I found these two images. This first image, I liked it because if I play it, you can see it kind of zooms in through. Okay, and I wanted to do the opposite. Basically, like if it zooms in out, I can see a lot of things. Over here, it's the opposite, right? So I was like, if I zoom out, that is a lot easier to deal with. And I saw this and I like the idea where there are things in the background and they're so hidden. As well as this was my theme at the current time, at the current moment when I was doing that, it was my theme, kinda. So I was like, I love this idea. So now you guys have probably a visual image in your head, right? A visual image zooms out of an eye, there is puzzle, there is object. Now let me show you guys the output, and that is interesting. So preview seeing beyond the vision.
By seeing beyond the vision,
here we go. This is what I came up with, boys. This is literally what I came up with. And you see, like I formed puzzle pieces. Okay, I put 4 puzzle pieces in the starting. An eye comes out in a zoomed manner, and these puzzle pieces are then formed on the right side. Okay, there is more puzzle pieces. Doesn't really create an image. Doesn't have to be that literal. I put a magnifying glass on the left side. Okay, I put the text clarity on the right side, and this was just a random overlay or like a rough draft that I already linked in the community, kind of, I think. So I found this, and this arrow, I just wanted to emphasize more on the eyes, so I just brought an arrow rough draft as well. But you guys can see this is what I came up with, and I saw this as a quote, right? I saw this thing as a quote, so I was like, I'm just gonna, like, even if I did not put this, it's fine, this text, like literally I don't have to, but I just put up with the text and I put this thing up. And by the way, if you guys want to learn how I did this animation, it is in my school community. It is already in the school. So if I go to weekly recordings and I go to vision animation, we have the project files and assets and everything over here. So I even break down the process. So these are complementary ideas. I would really suggest you guys like do your homework and stuff. But yeah, I hope this was clear to you guys as to how I came up with this ideas. Like, it's really just having your script, choosing the main point of it and choosing the key point, and basically the concept behind the script itself, simplifying everything around it and coming up with an animation. So yeah, pretty much this. Big credits to my partner, by the way. Just want to say big credits to my partner Yazid. He was Iman Gadzi's lead editor, at one point, so he really helped me come up with this idea of coming up with animations, and it wasn't too long ago. It was actually 3-4 weeks ago. Meanwhile, I was editing my VSL project, so it's like, okay, think of it in this way, literal and metaphorical, come up with like 4 ideas. So I was like, this is smart, I should definitely do that and stuff. So I basically ideas would be very subconscious, but when I actually started thinking about literal and metaphorical and stuff like that, I could definitely come up with things that are better than ever. So now you guys saw the final output, and I have one last thing. I have a homework for you guys to find any piece of text, even from my any YouTube creator or client, doesn't matter, and do this process 2 to 3 times with 3 different scripts. Post it in chat and I will review your ideas. Okay, by the way, I don't do this on board anymore. For me it's subconscious because I've done it many times. Okay, especially when I was editing my VSL, I did it like 15 times or some shit, and now it's just subconscious. Sometimes I do it when it's more complex and requires crazy execution. So I want each and every single one of you guys to eventually have it subconscious. So yeah, like even I'm shocked with the fact that I got this shit of a script and I decided that I want to go for a card animation. Unfortunately, this is not animated because this is a new video for my client. So I'll be sending this over to our editor right now for the client, and hopefully it helps them with this idea and stuff. But yeah, guys, I think that was I think that was pretty much it for the creative alchemy. There was a lot of requests for ideas and whatever, so I thought I'd sit down for 4, 5, 6 hours and come up with all of this, as well as, you know, it's a whole thing. Like, I prepare for the video and then I come and I do the Figma board, and now I'm explaining it to you guys. So yeah, that was pretty much it for this video, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out.